There's just so much to talk about. Ashley met Wes Anderson yesterday. That's the first news of the day. The first order of business. Ashley met Wes Anderson, childhood hero. You know, maybe it is meant to be child literature. Maybe it is meant to be. I mean, J.D. Salinger, Catcher in the Rye. That's like something high schoolers read. A lot of the great American literature stuff is like stuff you read in high school. Mark Twain, On the Road, I guess. Jack London, Gateway novels or whatever. I was just reading this article about Gateway novels. Was Wes Anderson a gateway novel to world cinema? He's sort of like a child version of that, teenage version of that. So anyway, we went and saw this Venetian Scheme movie yesterday. I'll do my review of that. And I mean, I read an interview once where they asked, I think it was Mike D. It was one of the Beastie Boys. Maybe it was Ad Rock. They asked a bunch of people who was like the greatest living artist or like the artist of their generation or whatever. And he said Wes Anderson. This was probably 2005 or something, sometime during the Indie Sleaze era. And to be honest, I think that's kind of true. I mean, Wes Anderson affected at least the white people culture in a profound way, in a way that, like, I don't really think anything else that had, like, aesthetic. I mean, he seemed to be, like, a cultural influence like things in the 60s were, in a way. I don't know. Every Wes Anderson movie seemed to, up until, Life Aquatic or whatever. It was all downhill from Darjeeling Limited, but, young people like Moonrise Kingdom and shit. That's like their Wes Anderson movie. The Gen Z. So who's to say? Maybe each generation gets the Wes Anderson movie they deserve. I was more of a Bottle Rocket guy. But, that being said, I mean, Wes Anderson was just like a huge, huge, huge part of my life. From like the age, I don't know, 14, 13, 14, 15, somewhere in there to like, I guess I probably stopped. I mean, I saw Moonrise Kingdom. I think I watched it on DVD or on Netflix or something in like 2010. I saw Fantastic Mr. Fox. I liked it. I did not really like Moonrise Kingdom. Grand Budapest Hotel was interesting. I would say that this movie, he's developed a style sort of independent of Owen Wilson. That's interesting and definitely distinct. I think he's just like the auteur theory run amok. Like Wes Anderson is like just a total belief in like whatever his personal kind of quirky choices, just like amping that up and magnifying that as much as he can. And I just don't, I don't think the problem with his movies is the aesthetic. I don't think the problem is like the look of the movie. I think the problem is the script, frankly. And I don't even think it's like bad writing. Like when I'm watching Phoenician Scheme, I wasn't like, wow, this is like bad. It's just, it wasn't like, I wasn't really laughing. A lot of the jokes seem kind of like this thing with the grenades. It's like, that just doesn't really seem realistic to me. One of the running jokes is that this guy's got all these grenades and shit. It's like, I don't know what the basis of that is. The script is super complicated, and it's all, it's a blend. Like, Wes Anderson has always been sort of a collage artist, or at least since Tenenbaums, where it's just like, he just, like a lot of that kind of postmodern Gen X era, it's just like a bunch of references. Even Tarantino is like that, where it's just like he grew up in a video store, right? So it's like he wants to do, oh, I want this to look like Hitchcock's Suspicion, and I'm going to put this music behind it. It's going to be these clothes and colors and there was something about the hyper curated style that was like generation defining. A lot of things took their cues from Wes Anderson music, corporate video, whatever it is, The Office, Twee, a lot of those Twee bands. That was all. Well, I mean, that comes from Scotland or whatever, but like the indie kind of revival years of like Noah and the Whale or She and Him. There was always a little bit of Wes Anderson and all of that stuff. The kind of dollhouse aesthetic. And I think it's like the early movies, I think it's about class. The early movies, you could tell Dignan as a character and Max Fisher especially. I mean, Max Fisher is at Rushmore on scholarship. His dad is a barber, right? He says it in the movie. I'm a barber's son. He lies and said his dad's a neurosurgeon or something, but he's actually a barber and he's there on scholarship. So what Max Fisher is trying to create this fantasy world by sort of this, I don't know, satchel blazer private prep school cosplay. It's sort of like some kind of boarding school WASP cosplay. I guess not unlike Don Draper. He's trying to exceed his station and sort of he has to do it by his talent. Just like Dignan. Dignan is a dreamer. He wants to be this kind of 70s action. He wants to be like Starsky and Hutch or something. In the original Bottle Rocket short, there's all this dialogue about Starsky and Hutch that's not in the movie. And it's like you could tell that's part of what makes the movie is like Dignan has these fantastic ideas about being, I don't know, in the fucking Dirty Dozen or something, or some, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some other 70s cop show or something that he would watch. Beretta. No one's going to know anyway. So anyway, I think they became famous. They achieved their dreams, and Wes Anderson sort of like became this sort of world famous. I think when he grew his hair out and he lost his glasses, you could tell he just went through a transformation. It's okay to be obsessive and have fan theories about Wes Anderson, okay? He kind of invites that, I think. His fan base. There used to be this website, Rushmore Academy. It was like a Wes Anderson, like, news fucking website. And it had all the kind of, like, affected drawing and Criterion kind of, like, aesthetic of the whole thing. And so I think his characters became like just affluent kind of world figures, international. Like I do think he is like an international filmmaker in kind of an interesting way. He's an American expatriate. He left the United States like 20 years ago or something, 15 years ago. And I don't even think he's ever made a movie here since maybe Darjeeling Limited. Or maybe, I guess, Moonrise Kingdom, I guess, was Rhode Island or something. But it just seems like his movies became Max Fisher plays. When you look at Max Fisher plays, it's like they're kind of bombastic, they're kind of ridiculous. That's why they're kind of funny in the context of Rushmore. But he got more and more power, he got more and more budget, and I think more and more people are aware of the kind of Wes Anderson aesthetic. There's that book, Accidentally Wes Anderson, which is all these, like, things in real life that looks like Wes. So, I mean, part of the film critic view of how movies are and what makes a movie good, right, is the auteur theory, where it's like, I don't know if it's Andre Bazin or whatever, where it's like, you want to be a director who I can tell immediately who made it within the 3 frames. Just by seeing a still of the movie, I can be like, that's Fellini, that's Bergman, that's whatever it is, Kurosawa. The great directors, you can tell an Orson Welles movie from the shadows and the depth of field and the angles. And I think Wes Anderson is like took that fucking idea and just went berserk. And I think the film industry is kind of prepped for that because the auteur theory. I mean, I haven't heard of that theory in like music, for instance. I don't think there really is like, I mean, an auteur theory that sort of dictates. Well, the producer is like this. The auteur theory is almost like an aesthetic choice, where it's like the director is this kind of like whatever visionary, doing this with his hands, and like every decision has to be made by the director and has to have like this distinct, and that's what makes a movie good. Whereas like just a generic movie like, I don't know, Clifford or something, it's like that doesn't really have the fingerprint of a director on it. Bottle Rocket, I would say, you can't really tell it's a Wes Anderson movie, other than just like the nuance of the comedy and the behavior. There was a lot of kind of poignant poetry in his early movies, and silence, and kind of moments of like kind of poignant silence, and like fucking this Venetian Ski movie is just wall to wall text. I mean, Benicio del Toro, I think, speaks 90% of the fucking dialogue. And it's like a fucking book. I think that's cool in a way. It's cool that Wes Anderson like stacks his fucking, and obviously the movie is super complicated, the plot, but you're getting it through all this fucking dialogue that's just like nonstop. And so there's not really a lot of breath in the movie. The movie's just packed with all of this fucking detail, and the frame, everything is some kind of intricate fucking set design and costume and this and that. So it looks like a fucking cartoon. It looks like a Roald Dahl. I don't think the Roald Dahl influence has been good for him. He's just gone kind of further and further into this kind of lateral movement, diorama, dollhouse world. I think there's something to be said for that. I don't think, like I said, I don't think his visual aesthetic is necessarily the problem. Although if you read the fucking reviews on Goodreads, literally every single person says Wes Anderson has become a self-parody. And his, like everybody knows what it is. It's like it's a household thing now. Like the Wes Anderson cliches. And I think he relishes those. It's going to take, I don't even know what it's going to take for the film industry to stop giving him money. Because I think he's become like some kind of like Mick auteur or something, where it's just like they want to give Wes Anderson money. Like Tom Hanks wants to be in a fucking Wes Anderson movie because it's like a studio's version of like, this is art, this is world cinema. The fucking Criterion Collection just announced, right, they're putting out a 20-disc set of like every Wes Anderson movie, or like a bunch of them. And so he's got this, his aesthetic is almost like foreign director or something, light. It's like he's not Eric Romer. He's not, Fritz Lang or something. He's not Godard, even though he kind of, like this movie mimics the visual style of a lot of things. Passion of Joan of Arc, Mr. Arkadine, I guess, which I haven't seen. It's like a spy movie. A lot of it feels like Graham Greene or something. The plot is super convoluted. It's like Grand Budapest Hotel in that respect, where it's just like, it's international. It's about this guy who's like a developer or something, and he's like building tunnels, and we missed the first 10 minutes or something. So we kind of got, I don't know how much, we didn't understand, but I don't think you could understand it because, you sit there for an hour and a half listening to this fucking wall of dialogue, and I couldn't tell what the hell was going on. He has to get this money or something. To me, it seemed to be a movie about getting money for a film, getting financing, because the whole movie is Benicio del Toro going to these various investors, and it's almost like short stories, right? Like Wes Anderson's movies have become more like short stories in a weird way, or like they affect that they're like literature. Even though and this is my issue is like, he's just not as good of a writer as he thinks he is. Like Owen Wilson, I really do. Their talents split, right? Owen Wilson went into kind of like mainstream frat pack type movies, non-auteur type. Like I saw, I didn't see Drill Bit Taylor, but I did see what's the one with Matt Dillon? I saw that in the theater. I can't remember what it's called right now. But Owen Wilson just became this Wedding Crashers, right? And Marley and Me. Like he really stopped doing like art movies or interesting. Now he's in Marvel shit, of course, like everybody. But even in the 90s, like Owen Wilson was in interesting movies. He was in this movie called The Minus Man, which I used to have on DVD with Janine Garofalo. Back in the 90s when Gen X and people actually made like art films, there was art house theaters. Now it's like even Wes Anderson movies feel like fucking Marvel movies in a way. It's just like these all-star casts, big budget, big production design, and just like, I don't know, the scripts. I can tell that like the Phoenician scheme is about something. I just don't know what he thinks it's about. Like, is it a criticism? It seemed like sort of political. There was one point where Michael Cera's character, who's probably the best part of the movie, at least until he loses his accent, there's like a part of his character is that the CIA like funded his literary magazine to like infiltrate like cultural spaces and like this and that. So it was like, this is something that did happen in real life. Like the CIA funded Iowa and the Paris Review and different things as a way to recruit agents. At least that's what the Michael Cera character is. It was sort of a soft propaganda. And so this is something that happened in real life, and it's in a fucking Wes Anderson movie. Like, that is political. It does feel like Wes Anderson movies have been political. Like, I thought Grand Budapest Hotel was political. And even French Dispatch has all that shit about, like, Timothée Chalamet's, like, a resistance guy. It's like, there is, like, a politics there, but I couldn't tell you what the hell it is. Like, it seems to be like Wes Anderson movies are sort of like the epitome of bourgeois. Like, if there's anything left in our culture, I guess that's sort of like a pop version of bourgeois. It's gateway to like high culture in a certain way. I think that's why Wes Anderson had to move to Europe, because it's like he wants to be alongside Stefan Zweig or whatever, this medieval, there's this weird religious kind of strain in the movie where there's all these nuns and God is in the movie. It's like, I don't know what that's about. It feels like a lot of people are trying to like go back to religion because of all the chaos in the world or something. But in any case, Ashley met Wes Anderson. I just scripts are just very dense and they're very complicated. And I suppose there's value in that. Is it an allegory? Is it a political commentary? Like what it's just a collage where he's just appropriating all of this detail from real life that's like there's a gag in the movie about slaves, right? Like they need all these slaves to build these tunnels and shit, that Benicio del Toro, who's sort of like this magnate, he's on his own plane. He's sort of like an Elon Musk or like a Megalopolis Adam Driver character, where it's like he's this captain, double-breasted suit. He's developing, he's moving mountains, he's blowing up, in the Middle East, right? So it seemed like kind of an Israel thing. I'm like, is that what it's about? Like, it just seemed to like involve all of these kind of like political angles that sort of are a fictionalized cartoon version of real life without any of the like conscience. There's no real blood in a Wes Anderson movie. Even when like the character, the plane crashes, he gets shot. It's like, it's not real violence. Even though I do think Wes Anderson movies have become like action movies or something. Like this movie has a lot of like, or even Moonrise Kingdom is like a chase. I mean, fucking Bruce Willis is in it. Grand Budapest Hotel is sort of like an action movie. Ray Fiennes is like sledding down a fucking mountain and running from the cops and shit. So I think Wes Anderson is like being shrewd about how he's combining all of this genre stuff and like cultural knowledge, but it's like he's kind of lost the heart of the movie. They've lost the mass appeal, the kind of, I don't, not that Owen Wilson is blue collar necessarily, but like he's willing to do blue collar type movies. Not every movie is he in some kind of high art pretentious thing. He's in mass kind of slop, and I think Wes Anderson kind of needs that to kind of balance it out and give the movie a heart and a pathos. It's like there's no pathos anymore. He tries, but the characters are just so unrelatable because they're like these New Yorker comics of like aristocrats from Europe in like the 40s or something, which it honestly is very glamorous and cool. His movies, probably nobody knows about this but me, but when I was in college, I had this book by Eric Chase Anderson, who was Wes Anderson's brother, who did the artwork for the Criterion DVDs, the Rushmore DVD and the Royal Tenenbaums DVD, which to me, I know that this is lame to say, but that's like some of my favorite artwork ever drawn. Like I love that the Rushmore box art and the Tenenbaums box art. It's just like the colors are nice. It kind of took you back to childhood when you draw maps of like your dream house, or in childhood you're always drawing and you're kind of making plans. Those early Wes Anderson characters were like that, where it's like they're dreamers and they're the illustrations kind of fit. Peanuts. Everybody talked about Peanuts in the early Wes Anderson reviews. How his cartoons felt like the Peanuts Christmas special. And fucking Vince Gulardi, right? All the Wes Anderson stuff felt like, because that stuff had sadness. It had this heavy melancholy, right? Like Max Fisher's mom is dead, right at the center of the movie. But you can tell it's a real lady. It's not like some fucking fantasy character who died in some kind of international plane crash or whatever the fuck it is now, and their Louis Vuitton luggage is all over the fucking Himalaya mountain. One of my least favorite things about Wes Anderson and like the new era is his names. Like he takes like semi like highfalutin kind of like chic like pop like Zsa Zsa Corda. I think is such a horrible name. Or even like Hotel Chevalier and all of that. It's like he just rips off like the corniest fucking stuff. And then you just get the sense there's nobody there to mitigate. Like Owen Wilson and Wes Anderson, you could tell they mitigated each other's flaws and were able to make this movie that was better because it had both kind of flavors. It had Owen Wilson's kind of like ad man, poetic, funny, mystic. Like Owen Wilson is the Mojo. He's the David Lee Roth, It's like when Van Halen split. Like Van Hagar is still okay, but they need David Lee Roth. You're never going to convince me Van Hagar is better than the original Van Halen. Like I'm not saying Van Hagar is bad. I like Van Hagar for what it is. And it's cool for what it is. But it's not as good as the original Van Halen. I'm sorry. It could be equal to it. If you think it's equal to it, it's not better. Sammy Hagar's Van Halen music is not better than Panama. It's not better than Hot for Teacher. It's not better than fucking Dance the Night Away. Jamie's Cry. Like, the list goes on. They just needed that. They grew up together, right? And fucking Grand Budapest Hotel is not as good as Rushmore. And fucking French Dispatch is not as good as Royal Tenenbaums. No matter how much fucking intricate plot shit Wes Anderson like carves into the fucking story, it's just the movie is not that fun to watch. It's just kind of like taxing. It's not really reward. I mean, I watched Bottle Rocket like every fucking day. That movie was literally like my handbook for like how to. It was something I could relate. I still feel like Dignan in my life. You know, it was something I could relate to. Dignan is like a poet, kind of trickster character. And the world just kind of, you know, beats him down, arrests him. He gets, you know, he fails. That's how Max Fisher is, right? It's not all, there are consequences. He gets ripped out of his dream world. These new movies are like Rankin and Bass movies. It's like the whole movie is dream world. So there's no consequences. Even when he's in some kind of prison in fucking, you know, Turkey or whatever, it looks like a birthday cake. So it's like he just needs better. So he needs better texture to his dialogue. His dialogue sucks, and he's lost the reality of the characters. And so anyway, his brother Eric Chase Anderson has this book called Chuck Dugan is AWOL, which is sort of like a short novel that has drawings in it. And the drawings are all like the Criterion covers and shit. They're all that kind of like nice hand drawn. They're like a New Yorker ripoff from like, I don't know, like I said, like the 40s or whatever. They feel like an updated version of that, like William Steig or whatever it is. This movie is this book is exactly like Wes Anderson's new movies. It's like, it's about all these like naval fucking officers and their uniforms and shit, and they're on a boat, and it's super plotty and like convoluted, and it's just not real. It's kind of pretentious and affected and kind of like snotty even in a way. Get a load of this sunset, everybody. It's looking nice out there. Flowers in the sunset for everybody. So if you like fucking Moonrise Kingdom, definitely check out Chuck Dugan is AWOL. I fucking hated Moonrise Kingdom, by the way. Any Wes Anderson movie with Edward Norton, I'm just not really interested. Like, you're seriously going to trade out Wes Anderson or Owen Wilson for Edward Norton? And the movie stars are too big now. It's like, this movie had Tom Hanks and Bryan Cranston. It's like, that's not really the texture I'm looking for. Like, good for them. To be honest, they were kind of the best part of the movie. It was okay. You know, I'd like to watch it again, but it felt like a Powell and Pressburger movie. It felt kind of like Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. Only, it just wasn't really funny, or you just couldn't tell what the fuck was going on or what the point of any of it was. Maybe I'm looking for a review that's like trying to tell me like what this movie's about, and like, is it a commentary on, like at one point the movie mentions tariffs, so I'm like, maybe it's about Trump. You know, part of my problem with Wes Anderson movies and why I stopped, because a lot of my fiction was like pretty influenced by Wes Anderson. And my movies and shit. Until I realized I was too poor. I was too poor to make my movies look like Wes Anderson movies. So I started doing scenes from a life instead. But his movies seemed like fantasy. It seemed like they were escapist, right? In the sort of war between fantasy and reality that we're in, and most people have are choosing escapist entertainment, and the more escapist, the better. Wes Anderson movies seem just like another kind of escapism. Like this is an escape into like some kind of bourgeois, childish, like interior decorating orgy or something. And he started doing commercials for Absolute Vodka and shit. And it's like his movies started to look more like the commercials. And the movies just changed. I really think Darjeeling Limited was probably like the last pure Wes Anderson. But they've become more pronounced, which I think is his goal. Um, and so I don't know. Part of the reason to go into poetry, even though the New York School almost feels like it could be a Wes Anderson creation, like there's a lot of aesthetic uh, compatibilities and kind of like resonances there between Wes Anderson films and New York School, and I wonder about that, how much he's aware of that stuff. Um, any case, I want to talk about how Ashley met him. So we went to this Venetian scheme thing last night. We thought we had tickets for a Q&A. That was why I wanted to go, because like fuck, I've never actually seen Wes Anderson, or he moved, he lived in New York when I was like in college and shit, and then he moved to Paris. So he's never lived in New York in the whole time I've been here. New York sort of got too corporate, and America just kind of got destroyed systematically over the last 20 years, 25 years. And so it's understandable that he left. But that's also sort of like an abdication and another kind of escapism, to just bail to Europe or whatever and live in like some kind of museum of your heroes. But I guess that's everything now. That's all the old cities. So in any case, I don't pay that much attention, because I've never seen Isle of Dogs. I haven't seen Asteroid City yet. To be honest, I'm just not that compelled. I don't really feel like, oh, I need to go see this, because it's probably just going to piss me off. I really didn't like Moonrise Kingdom. So anyway, but at the same time, now that I'm 40, there's all these deeper layers in my life. And so new things kind of come back. It's like you always go back to the root. Things that you think are in the past. It's like, oh, wow, here it is again. Here's fucking Wes Anderson. And lo and behold, Wes Anderson has been, kind of thriving and doing his work and making his movies for the last 20 years. And even though he feels like he's sort of disappeared into like some European film festival circuit. He's in Venice, or he's in Berlin, or he's winning the Golden Lion or whatever. It's like that's where although, okay, my roommate Sarah Peters at the Slooge, she worked for Fox Searchlight, and she was like the press person for Wes Anderson's movies. So she was literally on the press tour for, it couldn't have been French Dispatch. Maybe it was Moonrise Kingdom. Maybe it was Grand Budapest Hotel. Bill Murray's not in Grand Budapest Hotel, is he? In any case, she was like traveling with them. She like went to Berlin with fucking Wes Anderson and Bill Murray and the whole crew of that gang of actors. And so like I'd hear stories kind of secondhand about, she went and was on, was with Edward Norton in the green room of fucking Late Night or whatever. On the press tour for fucking Moonrise Kingdom or whatever. So I had this kind of weird, being from Ohio, to be even that close to Wes Anderson was kind of like, oh shit, this is kind of crazy. I know somebody who like knows Bill Murray, and is like on fucking press tour with him in Europe, going to a fucking film festival. It's like Wes Anderson became like a brand of like independent film. Like it's not really an indie film. It's almost like a blockbuster or something. And it's total command of like the production. and just like branding out the ass. I mean, you want to talk about branding. That's essentially what branding is. It's just the font, the fucking wallpaper, the fucking bed sheets, the tailoring. But it feels like his taste has gotten worse. Um, but he feels like an international director. You know, that's something I did want to talk about. Is like, I was remembering that I was the bartender at that Alice Notley speech in at the Allen Ginsberg Symposium in 2018, I think. And she was talking about being a global poet. How Allen Ginsberg was. I don't know if she said he was the first global poet, but he was like one of the first global poets. And Allen Ginsberg was a global poet. He went all over the world. He went to China. He went to India, right, for a long time. Japan, wherever, you name it. Lived in Paris, all over the United States, and wrote about it. And, you know, a lot of the beats, right, it's about travel. And it's amazing how far they got. Whether it's Japan or Morocco or whatever it is, Russia, global poet. You know, we live in the jet age. You can go on a world tour. Like, think about Bob Dylan. Just think about how that guy's constantly all over the planet, just traveling, singing his songs. Like, what a life. And Alice Notley, definitely a global poet, right? Lived in Paris, traveled everywhere reading, lived in New York, lived here, there. And I mean, Wes Anderson, his movies are fucking international. Like, they're, you know, they're all, they always kind of have been. He's always had, you know, consciousness of characters who are like, you know, Kumar, or, you know, in Bottle Rocket, there's Applejack. Mr. Henry has this kind of assistant guy, I forget his name. You know, he's always had this attraction to these kind of like patriarchal, intriguing, entrepreneurial kind of like, you know, individualists. Like even Mr. Henry, right, in Bottle Rocket is like this kind of curious idol to them as young people. It's like Mr. Henry has got this loft and he's this master thief and he collects art and blah blah blah. There's this kind of aura. And that's just, I mean, the character in Phoenician Scheme is like that. He's this kind of magnate, tailored, international. He doesn't have a passport. He's got his own plane. He's, you know, he's hugely rich. I mean, he's a successful director. Everybody knows him the whole world over, probably. He's got world consciousness. You know, Darjeeling Limited, India, Life Aquatic, filmed at Cinecittà in Italy. Tenenbaums, the New York movie, or one of them. You know, I wish he'd make another movie in New York. I mean, it's just like the ultimate fucking New York movie. It's like, I know it's not the same place exactly, but I'd like to see another Wes Anderson movie in New York. Although, you know, I think the French Dispatch, if the French Dispatch had a good script or like had like appealing things in it, I'd love it, honestly. I love the way it looks, and I love like the idea of what it's about. Sometimes the aesthetic can go a little too far, but okay, so in any case, we got tickets to this Phoenician Scheme. They're showing it at Angelica, and they have this whole fucking like installation for it. They had a band in the lobby in like tuxedos, white tuxedos and fezzes, like they're in fucking Casablanca. And it was sort of like Rick's Cafe Americana. It was Marseille Bob's, which is from the movie. And so it's really a product tie-in with the movie. When French Dispatch came out, they painted this cafe on Bleecker, I think in Grove, maybe, like the cafe in the movie. And it was awesome. It was only there for like 2 days. It was such a waste because it looked so cool. It was like a fucking Wes Anderson movie had like spilled out onto the fucking real life. And it was there for 2 days. I think it's in my vlog. It's in one of my vlogs, I think, because I did go. This is sort of like that. It's like they built like this club from the movie in Angelica. And so they had a band. And so it was like a, you know, it was a premium experience. Your ticket's more expensive, but you get like a drink and a t-shirt and this and that. And there was, we thought we were going to the Q&A with Wes Anderson, which was why I was kind of hyped about it. It's like, fuck, okay. I'll see Wes Anderson in real life. You know, why the hell not? Who knows what'll happen? Ashley's the master of meeting these celebrities. I don't know how the fuck she does it, but like, she is like absolutely, you know, she gave Jim Jarmusch her book. And so it's just like, okay, let's go, let's check this out. So anyway, we didn't have a ticket to the Q&A. We just saw the movie. And it was okay. Like I said, it was okay. Maybe I'll get super obsessed with it and like watch it over and over again and start to love it. I don't know. It did feel like kind of an old movie. Or like there's certain episodes of like The Sopranos. Well, there's just like so much story, and like it's hard to tell what the fuck they're saying, like about this deal and the bridge and the 2 points and kick up to the. And it's like it's hard to tell what the fuck. You know, maybe I'm not that good at like following expositional dialogue or whatever, but that stuff is, you know, you're not really supposed to write that way. You're not just supposed to have like all exposition. It's supposed to like reveal character or whatever, and it's supposed to be, that's what's supposed to be entertaining about it. And so this movie, it almost felt like a text. So in any case, we don't know what's going to happen, but we get out of our movie and we're sitting in the lobby, and I forget, but like, you know, at Angelica, all the movie theaters are like in a basement. So we're like just waiting in the lobby, like seeing if we can get into the Q&A. We're trying to like maybe sneak into the Q&A, because what the hell? I mean, they rented out every theater in the place. So every movie theater was showing the Phoenician Scheme, which I didn't really realize at the time. I thought, you know, people were seeing different shit. I didn't really understand everybody was there to see this movie, so they probably all want to see Wes Anderson Q&A. Because it was opening day. We literally went on opening day. And so, I don't know, we're standing there in the lobby for like a few minutes just trying to see what's up and, you know, see if we can get into this or whatever. And all of a sudden, you know, you can kind of tell when there's like security people or like movie people. They kind of look different. They dress a little better. They look like they're camera ready, you know, and there's this kind of like sweeping kind of activity that comes, you know, there's like, it's almost like a wind comes in the room, and like the wind picks up and you're like, what is that? There's this incoming energy you can feel the vibration of. And it's like, oh, it's a fucking celebrity. And so all, you know, all these people kind of come in, and Ashley goes, oh, there's Wes Anderson. So I look over, and there he is. He's wearing an all-white suit. He's tall. He's probably 6'2". He looked great. He looked gold. He looked like an Oscar. He looked like he was shining gold. He was tan. His hair was, you know, kind of like a penny, like a new penny. He looked like Ernest Lubitsch or Joseph von Sternberg or Preston Sturges. He looked like this continental, kind of like European, you know, auteur or whatever, film director. He looked like, it was theatrical, you know. It's sort of, he looked almost like he has this company of, but it felt like he was in L'Atalante or something, you know. He looked like Jean Vigo or some kind of, it felt like he was coming out of like the 30s in some kind of, I mean, I guess that's what happens, right? When there's a depression, people need to go to the movie and see movies about rich people like Grand Hotel. And that's what Wes Anderson movies are. They're sort of a glimpse into some kind of like comic strip, jet set aristocratic hoi polloi, espionage, diplomats, whatever, writers, artists. Yeah, so anyway, he comes across the lobby. He's coming across, and I'm like I said, I didn't realize every movie was showing Phoenician Scheme. I was trying to play it cool, like I didn't even recognize him, because that's my kind of strategy with these celebrities is like, I don't want to bother them. And like, he had a bunch of people around him, so I'm like, he was obviously just trying to get across the lobby to the door. But he seemed like he was in a good mood. It wasn't like, leave me alone, fuck off thing. It was like, he has this kind of confidence or like spunk or something. I don't know. Like, even though there's so much, I feel like there's so much criticism about Wes Anderson, like on the internet and everywhere. It's just like, there's so many people being like, dude, you're a parody. It's amazing that like, he's so enthusiastic and like determined to be himself and do that, and he's sure of it. You know, it's like, this is what he wants to do. He's gonna do it. He's gonna make these kind of human taxidermy displays with fucking Tom Hanks and Bryan Cranston and Scarlett Johansson and like these movie stars that are like generic to the point of like celebrity. You know, put Bob Musgrave in a fucking movie. You know, Seymour Cassell, now that was an interesting casting choice. Like, put somebody like that in your fucking movie, not just fucking Tom Hanks. I get it. He wants to work with movie stars. He wants every role in his movie to be played by a movie star. And that's a feature of his movies, is he's kind of grand ensemble. Apparently they all sleep in a big house together and they all eat dinner together. It's cool that he's been able to hone and kind of create his own process. And it's cool that there's somebody out there doing it. Like they're fucking Jean Renoir or something directing Le Grand Illusion. And he's just got this big company of actors, like he's fucking Lubitsch or Preston Sturges or whatever. That's all in his movies, you know? Like, he's definitely a fucking highly, highly intelligent artist. And like I said, like, you can criticize him all you want, but like, that's just a consequence of being that fucking successful and famous. It's like he's still following his intuition and doing what he believes in. And it does resonate with certain people. I mean, certain people fucking thought Asteroid City was the best movie. And there's a lot of people that like Moonrise Kingdom is where it begins. And Bottle Rocket is like a piece of shit that they don't understand. You know, if you look at like on TikTok, there's a lot of like top Wes Anderson movies ranked posts, and it's like, people like the new fucking shitty ones. I don't know. So anyway, he's walking across the lobby, and Ashley's in front of me, and I mean, Ashley just has what it takes. I don't know what it is. She just has what it takes. And she did exactly, she you know, she wasn't rude about it. She just kind of like, he was walking and she kind of like, you know, she kind of like jumped in front of him almost like a little rabbit or something. But not really like, you know, she didn't get in front like, hey, stop. It was, you know, she was being considerate about it and polite. And he's like, hi. I thought, in my head, it reminded me of when I tried to say hello to Wallace Shawn at the Brooklyn Book Festival. He was like walking, which was a disaster. So I'm like, oh my God, this is not going to work. She's approaching him while he's walking across the room. He's like at a brisk pace. Like he's going to like kind of shrug her off or ignore her or just be like, oh, you know, who knows? He's probably, is he bombarded by people all the time? Like, who the fuck knows? So anyway, he fucking stopped for a second. She's like, hi, I'm Ashley. I'm a big fan. And I don't know what. And then he gave him her book and my book. I had a copy of my San Francisco book. It was my last copy. I printed 3 copies, 2 of them at a nameable, and I had one left. I wasn't going to take it because I'm like, there's no way Ashley is going to get this to Wes Anderson. There's just no way. There's just no fucking way. How's that going to happen? It's a Q&A. We're not even going to the Q&A. It's like, why even take it? I need it. I need my own copy of my book. You know, I'm not even going to take it. So luckily I did take it. because Ashley put it in her book. So she didn't have much time. I mean, the interaction literally only lasted like 3 seconds or something. And I should have filmed it. I was standing right there, and my impulse was to reach my pocket and start filming it. But I didn't want to look like TMZ or something. You know, I didn't want to seem like we're trying to bombard him with some kind of stunt or something for social media. I regret. I should have filmed it because it was kind of amazing to see Ashley meet Wes Anderson. He acknowledged her. He stopped. He kind of smiled, like who are you almost? And she's like, "Hi, I'm Ashley." And she gave him her book. And he stopped and he goes, "You're Ashley?" And she goes, "Yeah." So he knows who the fuck she is. Wes Anderson knows who Ashley is. And he has our books. Wes Anderson has a copy of my San Francisco book. I think it's going to change his life. I literally think Wes Anderson movies are going to get good again. I think he's going to see Ashley's book, he's going to see my book, and it's going to completely change his life. I just think the verbal texture of his movies needs to be better. He's too like in love with his own voice. You know, like he does kind of need. I mean, I know he has Roman Coppola in these movies, but like I don't know what their collaboration is like, but I can't imagine it's totally equal. I mean, he's Wes Anderson and Roman Coppola is cool and everything, but like it's not exactly like they're on even footing. Like whatever Wes Anderson's going to want to do, he's just going to do it because he's Wes Anderson and like he gets rewarded for his style. You know, the Hollywood people like Tom Hanks by participating in and embracing his style, it's like they like it. They want more of it. They want to be a part of it. You know, like there is some idea that like Wes Anderson movies will last. You know, he's sort of there's something like self-consciously canonical in the way that they like rip everything off from world cinema and sort of that's like their genre. It's almost like if the Criterion Collection was a genre, but like a Playhouse version of that. And so it's like, you know, and they will, you know, just like Powell and Pressburger movies or Preston Sturges movies or you know, Rankin and Bass stuff. It's like there will always be a curiosity because they're so distinctly what they are. So I mean, it was an incredible moment, and I feel like that's kind of my role. I was filming it with my eyes, is just to witness and support. You know, Ashley fucking. You know, who knows? The fucking sky's the limit. You know, she's young. She could make a real fucking movie, and be good at that too. Now that Wes Anderson knows who she is and has her fucking book, I think he's gonna read it. I think he's gonna read my book, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna just reorient him a little bit aesthetically back to something with some fucking common sense. You know, there's a lot of references to Frank O'Hara in Ashley's book, so maybe it'll point him to like a New York School thing, but with an edge, which is sort of a lot of Tenenbaums, right? It's like it's the Ramones. The energy in it is sort of, it's got this rock and roll edge married with the kind of uptown Columbia Glass family Salinger thing, the kind of cosmopolitan New Yorker, New York. And so what a thrill. I mean, Jesus Christ. I was blown away that moment even happened, and like I witnessed it. He was polite. You know, he really acknowledged her. There was an actual like transaction, and then he went on his way. It wasn't just like, "Oh, here you go." He goes, because I mean, Ashley's face is on the cover of her book. So he goes, "You're Ashley?" So who knows? Maybe when they review Ashley's book in the New York Times, Wes Anderson will see it and contact her. Let me turn on some lights here. shed some light on the matter. Should I go to my, how do people feel about the green screen backdrops? Oh, that's not what I want. I wish I had some Wes Anderson backdrops. Do I have any Wes Anderson, Oh, is this gonna, am I still on? Oh, that's pretty cool. Let's go with that for a sec. Yeah, so then we saw, that was after the movie. So then we go upstairs, because he was in the Q&A or whatever. So we go upstairs to this club, the Marseille Bob pop-up in Angelica, which is a beautiful lobby space with these nice columns. And Ashley wanted to get one of these drinks. They had some kind of cocktail especially for the fucking movie. And so we're at the bar. And you know we've been watching Mad Men, right? We've been watching I mentioned in my last live stream. So like literally, I've just been trying to get us off the Adam Sandler movies. I'm like, I got to get Ashley on something else beside fucking Happy Madison and Rob Schneider and Bill Maher. And so I'm like, maybe she'll like Mad Men. I want to know what she thinks about it anyway. Because it's like, I kind of want to rewatch it. And I think it's like probably one of the best written shows ever. And it's got a kind of literary quality that I was like curious what Ashley thinks. And I just thought she kind of needed to see it for that reason. And so we've been watching Mad Men, right? For like the last, we're on the season finale of season 3. We just watched the JFK episode directed by Barbette Schroeder. And Dawn's marriage is falling apart, and they just had their other baby. Her dad died, and she just had a baby. And so, and now she's dating this guy that kind of looks like her dad. So Mad Men is this kind of subtly mystical show. So anyway, I want to see a Van Halen reunion tour between Wes Anderson and Owen Wilson. Is my point, with Roth and Eddie. So yeah, we're in the fucking bar. We've been watching Mad Men for the week and a half. She's ordering this drink, you know, at the bar. And I look over, and standing next to her is fucking Roger Sterling. Literally, right next to her is the guy, John Slattery. The guy, it's like he stepped out of our laptop into our lives. He's standing next to us at fucking, in the Marseille Bobs. He's wearing these big, black, thick Buddy Holly glasses, like all of the kind of 80s, 90s cool downtown New York generation does. He looked like he was this, you know, Soho theater guy who, like, you know, he's got these fancy art glasses and you know, dark clothes. His demeanor, I don't know. He didn't seem like he wanted to be approached. So I just kind of whispered to Ashley, like, that's fucking Roger Sterling. It was just, I've seen him before, I think, once or twice in New York. I think he lives in the West Village or something. I'm pretty sure I've seen him over there. And he played golf with my dad one time. My dad was in Griffith Park in L.A., and I guess John Slattery, like, has a house or something, and he walked on the course, and my dad played golf with fucking Roger Sterling. And so it was just weird because we're literally watching the show now. And it's like, there he is. Wow, it's fucking nuts. We just saw Wes Anderson. Now here's fucking Roger Sterling. Getting a drink. At the fucking bar. Like, what a fucking, like, maybe the fucking simulation is broken. Is this AI? Is this some kind of deep fake or something? So I don't, you know, it's like, he's cool and everything, but it's like, I don't really need to meet the guy. I don't want to bother him. Like, what am I going to say? Hey, we're watching your show. It's like, I'm sure he's got people coming up to him all fucking day. Oh my God, I love Mad Men. So it's like, I just, you know, it was just surreal to just even see the guy. As a 1-2 punch. First Wes Anderson, now Roger Sterling. And maybe, I don't know, was he there to watch the Phoenician Scheme? Or he probably lives in the area and was just like, what's this about with the band? You know, this band was They were like a tight jazz wedding band, you know, like they sounded good, but it was all just kind of trad jazz. So, uh, and I think they kept playing the same songs over and over again. It was like a theme park experience. You know, that's what was kind of weird about it. Is like Wes Anderson. That's why I think he's still alive culturally. Like, what is Gus Van Sant doing? What are like the real like David Lynch couldn't get funding for a movie, but Wes Anderson is like still cranking out these fucking movies. Like how? Like what is he? Why did the studios like him so? I think it's the DVDs. I think with Wes Anderson, it's like you have to get or like you want to buy the DVD. You want the artwork. You want the uh, the commentary track and the behind the scenes because you're like probably some kind of affected um, what's that movie Ashley like submarine watching little peacoat wearing cinephile like I was and am and will always be. And so of course you want the Wes Anderson box set with the pseudo Louis Vuitton packaging. And so this is my Wes Anderson special. Just going to talk about Wes Anderson the whole time. I mean, I'd like to see a return to form for the guy. Not that, like I said, not that his movies are bad. He just won an Oscar. He won an Oscar for Best Short Film, Best Live Action Short Film, which I guess that's cool. But, okay, here's a few other things I wanted to talk about. I don't know if people have been seeing this on social media, but the All American Rejects, this has popped up in my TikTok a few times. The All American Rejects are doing this tour of like house parties and bowling alleys and shit. There's like these clips of All American Rejects like literally playing like a fucking house party in like the Midwest somewhere, and it's just packed. Like in that scene in Old School, or like it's like I think that's pretty fucking cool. I actually love this idea. I think more bands should do this. I guess they're doing it as sort of like a protest against Ticketmaster and just like all of the bullshit of ticket fees and working, I don't know, the venues and the whole live music industry, Live Nation. But I don't know. There's just something special about house shows in general. And to see like a famous band doing it, like that's pretty cool. I don't know. I'm an advocate for house shows. I think there should always be house shows. They should be totally legal. People should embrace house shows. You know, you should have, guests playing music in your house. Why not? Have little parties. It doesn't have to be huge. It's a good way to start, anyway. I know for me, working with venues in New York or anywhere, it's not easy because they have to make money. They got to sell beer. House shows. It's like you can do a rent party or whatever, but a house show is just a good, it's from the heart. And I don't know, house parties, they're my life. They're important. I don't know why. Uh, I guess I have to surround myself with people so I feel good about myself or something. But it's also like you're bringing people together. I think that is a good, like, right? A lot of what I'm hearing is like, oh, why is there decay in America and life and everybody's unhappy? And a lot of people are like, well, it's because there's no third spaces, right? I mean, a house show is not a third space, I guess. It's taking your first space and making it a third space in some ways. But I think that it's not capital motivated, right? It's not a business. It's not a bar. It's not just trying to poison everybody with alcohol, which is, what the entertainment industry is. Nobody, at least on the local level, the venues, and even, these arenas and shit. It's like that's how they make money. By selling $12 Bud Light or $18 Bud Light. Or Yankee Stadium, a Bud Light's probably $25. I mean, the drinks at the Wes Anderson pop-up were $25. We went to the Odeon. That was pretty dope. Uh, Great. You get why it's a, attracts fun because it's just a big open room. Nice lighting, not too bright. What else have we got here? Let me see if I got any. Let's try this. Um, since we're talking about Wes Anderson and whatnot. Oh God, yeah. So I don't know the All American Rejects House tour. I want to see more bands doing this. I'd love to do a tour of house parties. Book me, somebody. Nationwide house shows. I mean, I in Columbus, I think we did house shows. Like my brother would have a Halloween party every year. We played that a couple times. Uh, it felt more. I guess New York has its share of house shows, definitely. Um, they're beautiful. I guess that's my whole point. It all comes back to Jonathan Richman and parties in the USA. Parties in the USA. Where are all the house parties? Why did people stop throwing parties? Why is there not live bands? I mean, there is. I mean, Rick Derringer just died, right? R.I.P. Rick Derringer from Ohio, and composer of "Hang On, Sloopy," one of the greatest songs ever written. And that song kind of epitomized. I mean, "Parties in the USA" is "Hang On, Sloopy," except with different lyrics. And "Hang On, Sloopy" is kind of the ultimate, and it's the state song of Ohio. I mean, they play it. It's so corny. Everybody hates it. I love that shit. That's my favorite kind of music. Is that '60s one-hit wonder garage music? That to me is like, that's my favorite art ever made. Or I don't know. It's definitely among my favorite music. It's equal to anything. Things like Little Black Egg. Uh, what's that song? Little Bit of Soul. Dirty Water. Tommy James and the Shondells. All of that kind of shit. Hanky Panky. Uh, Moni Moni. Louie Louie. Little Latin Loopy Loo. All those are the best songs ever written, as far as I'm concerned. Louie Louie by the Kingsmen, I think is as good as it has ever gotten artistically. Everything aesthetically is in that record that I do. It's like language poetry. It's like noise, but it's hooky. It's simple. It's sort of this anonymous band of nobodies from Washington that just sort of came and went from the great, you know, people at large. I like that. To me, that kind of represents the democratic ideal. Just that these bands come from everywhere. Hang On Sloopy from Ohio. Dirty Water is about Boston. I think they're from L.A. In any case, what the hell else was I gonna? Oh yeah, I want to mention the crypto torture story. I don't know if people were following that. There was this guy. I don't know. They held this guy hostage and tortured him to try to get his Bitcoin password. And he has this townhouse. It's like right near where McNally Jackson used to be. It's like right. I go to this bodega, literally next door. Like not all the time, but I used to buy water there pretty regularly. And now they're torturing this crypto guy. It's just kind of a crazy story, and it's happening right in New York. This supposedly safe place. Finally, I mean, well, that's kind of like a new trend in crime, right? Is like kidnapping. They do it more in Europe, right? Like they'll kidnap your family or something, or to get money, or they're going straight after rich people. Uh, just crazy to think that that's it's. I don't know. It sort of epitomizes like, even though New York seemed like this kind of safe, I don't know, stable place or something. It's like, or I sanitized, sanitized to the point of just like, uh, a lot of the discourse you see on TikTok, anyways, about transplants, anti-transplant, oh, they're gentrifying Bed-Stuy or Flatbush, transplant, anti-transplant kind of sentiment, because there is like just like this, or the West Village girly thing, right? That's what that was about. Is just like how the people that live in the West Village now are just like these completely basic, like they all just copy each other. They're like minions. They're minions in white halter tops and jeans and white shoes and black fake leather jackets. And I don't know. I mean, the core of where like the culture used to live is now it's all finance people. Who knows how the fuck they afford it? Paying $3,500 a month to live in the West Village, or $7,000 a month, or God knows. And so the transplants now are going places like Crown Heights, Bed-Stuy, East New York, right? That's like something a lot of people comment on, is like, Jesus Christ, there's white people in East New York, which in Brownsville. It's like those places were actually dangerous pretty recently. If they aren't still, I don't know. I've never really been there. I mean, Tiny Cupboard is kind of near there. Broadway Junction is like kind of near there. White people live there now. And it is kind of a colonization, and taking people's land, displacing people. So I don't know. It's the city still has its kind of fetid crime and kind of underbelly or whatever, with this weird crypto torture. I don't know. We had the readings at Unnameable. We had our 2 night fucking stand. So I did 3 days in a row. I had Monday at KGB, Tuesday at Unnameable, and Wednesday at Unnameable for Ashley. So Tuesday was a motley crew with Jeffrey Joe Nelson, and there was some good readers. To be honest, it was a fun time. It was a good event. I was, because we were gonna do Wednesday, so I was like, I'm gonna read poetry Wednesday at Ashley's thing. And so went Tuesday, I was like, let me just try something. Fucking, you can watch it. It's on the fucking live. You can watch I did live stream both events. I didn't get that many views. The poetry readings don't get a huge amount of views, but they're there for the archive. And I mean, I thought it was definitely worth watching. It's killer. I thought it was killer, both of them. Wednesday for Ashley's. So Tuesday I played bass and I just kind of freestyled. I mean, I'm not saying I was killer. I was kind of nervous and I was tired from the day before, so it's like I wasn't necessarily killing as hard as I maybe would have liked. Let me throw something else up in the background here for everybody. Okay, I guess that's it. Okay, there you go. That'll give you something to watch, all you incels out there. Um, yeah, so Wednesday, I had a piece in my. I just typed it up actually. I might make it into a chapbook. I might just print these like short chapbooks. It'd be 3 pages if I printed it. So my San Francisco chapbook is 4 pages, and Wes Anderson has it. What's Wes Anderson gonna think about our poetry? I wonder. Because the fucking character in Grand Budapest Hotel is a poet. He writes these like rhyming verse about battles or something, like he's, I don't know, fucking Tennyson. So who knows? Maybe I think Wes Anderson definitely needs to make a movie about poets. He needs to make a movie about poetry and poets, like a New York school St. Mark's. He would be the ultimate director to make the St. Mark's Church poetry movie, the East Village St. Mark's Church. Like that should be Wes Anderson's next fictional. I mean, that's sort of what French Dispatch is. But I think if he had a good script, I think that would be a good like reimagining. Okay, I'm bombing here. I'm bombing everybody. I talked about, okay, so I can't get off the Wes Anderson thing. Yeah, so the Reading Wednesday, you can watch it online. I live stream. You can watch it on this page. Wes Anderson, if you're out there watching, subscribe to my YouTube. Yeah, I didn't want to go in because I feel like if we both, Ashley's like innocent looking. She looked nice in her dress. She was wearing her nice kind of pink dress. It looks like a strawberry shortcake tea set. And so she's innocent. If I would have gone, I would have just been this creepy middle-aged man. So she did it. It was incredible. Yeah. So he. So yeah. As I'm thinking about the reading on Wednesday, I'm like, I didn't want to edit it because, like, at the anthology launch, I edited my piece to make sure that it kind of like worked. At this, to be honest, I didn't go over it over and over again beforehand. I just kind of trusted it. We were supposed to do 8 minutes. I think I did 10. But, I mean, it was raining. So it's kind of shitty weather. But usually people kind of do less. So it's like, I felt like, there weren't that many people there. Maybe 10 people or something. And, is it really going to matter if I read 10 minutes instead of 8 minutes? Like, why not? Why not just try that? And, everybody else is going to read 5 minutes or something, probably. And so there's 6 people reading. This reading is going to be 30 minutes. It's like we came out, it's fucking raining. Like, if you're coming, that's the thing. A lot of readings can be like very short or even just short. It's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with, in fact, I think people should be encouraged to do more. That's something, there should be people that read for half an hour or 2 hours or maybe even longer than that and do it live. I mean, that's one reason why I played Murder Most Foul on Monday. I don't know if people have watched that yet, but I encourage people to go back and watch Monday's open mic. At the very end, I played Murder Most Foul. I'm not sure if this is actually, but I suspect, Guinness Book, if you're out there, I suspect I'm the first person on planet Earth who has performed Murder Most Foul live in its entirety. Bob Dylan's longest song. He's never done it live. So I'm not sure if anybody has played Murder Most Foul live, but I did it on Monday. It's a learning experience, you know, doing Bob Dylan night, doing all those different songs, singing them. It's a way of getting inside them. You don't know what the audience is going to take from that, you know. They might uh that's going to just be received in so many different directions and used by people in so many different ways, and everybody's going to remember something different, you know. Maybe. I mean, there's probably certain things they'll all remember, but uh I've got a couple things coming up. I'm doing the clown show June 11th, the Idiot's Hour at Baker Falls, and I think I'm doing Neuronautic on June 19th. So, okay, which is, so I think I have a couple more things coming up. But I thought the reading I did on Wednesday was like one of the best readings I've ever done, actually. Not that the reading was anything, I didn't like wow anybody or anything, but it's like I just felt, I don't know, I liked you know, the flow of the piece, and the I don't know, there was just something about the things that were said. I don't know. I was a little more subdued than usual. It's like, I don't know, my thing with reading recently has been like quiet. I kind of understand that, just like you can have energy, but like if you read poetry in sort of like a quiet voice, I don't know. I have it right, because I'm sort of known for yelling, right? I mean, everybody lets me know that I'm loud, and so I'm learning a little bit more about mic control and all that kind of stuff, volume control. Not everything has to be, and I'm just getting older and weaker. It had some nice moments of Ashley, right, for her book launch. So I don't know. Usually when I read on the train home or whatever after, I like to just reread whatever I read in my notebook and just sort of look over it. And that's my way of sort of like remembering what I did and reliving it. You know, I'm afraid, to be honest, to go back and watch the recordings a lot of times. Although I did go back and watch Wednesday. I didn't go back and watch Tuesday. I'm a little afraid to watch that, because it's like I was improvising on bass. And at a few points, I almost just froze. At a few points, I did just kind of lose the. And I'm sure a lot of what I said was kind of not as interesting as I would have liked it to have been. And so I kind of, it was an experiment, you know. When you get in front of an audience, it is a lot harder, especially because I'm trying to play bass and enunciate at the same time, and so I didn't rehearse at all ever. And so in my head, I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be easy and it's going to go one way, and then you get up there and you're just like, I forgot how to do this, or like it's, you know, it's hard to play certain bass things, and I'm like, you know, it's just like you need to be focused on doing both, and you know, I managed to make it work, but it wasn't, you know, it didn't go as good as it did in my head before I get up there. Like usual, beforehand, I'm sitting in the chair and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna fucking, you know, just go ahead and do this, I'll say this, and then you get up there and you're just like, duh. Poetry's bad. Poetry's good. MFAs are bad. What else do we got here? Maybe let's try this. We were talking about New York, right? How are we gonna? Yeah, this is a good one. So, but you know, you just fight through it, and you just You know, you lean into the cringe, and I had a few good moments, and I did get across some of the shit. I talked about Jay Leno. For some reason, I've been watching Jay Leno. Tonight shows from the 90s, which I remember from being a kid. I do remember watching Jay Leno out of disgust. Hate watching Jay. I hated Jay Leno. His jokes are so hack. They're so hack. But the thing I realized about Jay Leno is his show kind of feels the most like a comedy club in a way. Like Letterman's show doesn't. It feels like, this big theater, something out of the 50s or something almost. Conan felt more like some kind of zany cabaret sketch comedy thing. And whereas like Jay Leno, it feels like hack comedy club. But, Jay Leno is kind of like the Ric Flair of comedy, I feel like. Where it's just like Ric Flair has got 4 moves that are easy to do, and he just kind of shuffles them around almost like he does the slap, he does the turnbuckle thing, he does the suplex thing, and the figure 4. It's like, that's pretty much it. And Leno's like that. It's like, I watched some episode, it's like 2 years after 9/11. It's like 2003. And the first joke is a blowjob joke about Bill Clinton. He's talking about George Bush, and then the punchline is something about Bill Clinton getting a blowjob. That's all I remember from when I was a comedy nerd in the 90s and watching The Tonight Show. Jay Leno, all he did was make fun of Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky every fucking night. It's like, Jay Leno writes a 25-minute monologue every night. It's like, it's easy to write 25 minutes if it's all shit. It's like every fucking joke Jay has is just some like easy button to press. Easy stereotype thing. Easy stupid sex fucking he's like some kind of bad hack version of like Playboy jokes or something. And but at the same time, Bill Maher loves him. Bill Maher, I feel like, is a version of Jay Leno. The more I'm watching Maher, I'm like, he's just like a little bit of a more pretentious Jay Leno. Like, Maher is a little bit better with language. Like, Jay's comedy is not about really the specifics of language. It's just, like I said, he just hammers like, oh, but Bill Clinton was getting a blowjob. Where did he put that cigar? It's like, it's just, I don't know. I love every fucking joke has got a rim shot. Every joke Jay Leno tells, Kevin Eubanks. And to me, I guess the fascination of it is watching Kevin Eubanks. I am fascinated by Jay's band. The opening of Leno, I feel like there's something about it. That theme song and just the purple and blue and the weird backdrop. There's something about Leno. It's so fucking generic and shitty that I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I love this energy. Am I the Jay Leno of open mics? What can I learn from Jay Leno? Because I've seen him on a couple podcasts, and I'm like, Jay Leno's pretty smart. Like, I kind of get why he's an interesting character. Like, we watched him on Club Random, and he was talking about how he hid in the broom closet, right? At these meetings, right? With Warren Littlefield and Jack Welch and shit. This is something that really, when I was a little kid, I was obsessed with the movie The Late Shift, which was a docudrama, right? From, I don't know, 94, where the dude he's in Best in Show, Higgins, David Michael, whatever that guy's name is. He played Letterman. Then they had another guy playing Leno. They had Rich Little plays Carson. Kathy Bates is in it. She's probably like the most famous person who's in it. She plays Leno's agent, who's this woman who like was a turbo bitch and just real dirty. But Jay's also dirty. He's like the Mussolini of comedy with his big fucking chin. He was talking about how he opened for Miles Davis. He's like, yeah, I knew Miles. Yeah, the first gig I ever did was in Boston. He was at some fucking club. He was at some goddamn. Yeah, you man. I opened for the Velvet Underground. Yeah, I remember Lou. Yeah, yeah, I remember John and Lou. Yeah, I used to open for the Velvet Underground. Yeah, Andy. It's like some club outside of Boston. Jay Leno was the opening act, I guess, for Miles Davis. I don't know what year that would have been. When that could that have possibly happened? Like, I guess the early '70s, maybe. Could you imagine seeing Jay Leno open for Miles? I mean, I guess it could have happened in the '80s. I remember seeing Leno as a kid. They used to rerun Letterman from the '80s on E, on cable, occasionally. They didn't do it often. But Letterman was pretty interesting in the '80s. I don't know if people really know that. And so was Leno. There was a spot where Leno was on Letterman, and he looked cool. He was wearing like a skinny tie. You know, he looked like fucking, he could have been on MTV or something. His face always looked like the moon. So you're like, it's kind of right that he's the host of The Tonight Show. In a fucked up way, he looks like the moon. So he should be the host of The Tonight Show. He used to do these ads for Doritos when I was a kid. And you're just like, what the fuck? What's wrong with that guy's... His head looks like a fucking crescent moon. And he's the ultimate hack. He just like, I don't know. He just... he writes a lot of watered down jokes every night. And he laughs at all his own jokes. And then they do a rim shot. And it's like... Kevin Eubanks kind of has this Jimi Hendrix-ish, but it's like smooth jazz Jimi Hendrix. Like if Jimi Hendrix and John Tesh like collaborated, it would be Kevin Eubanks. And that's what I don't know. There's just something about our culture that you just have to learn to utilize the horror, the tacky plastic Jay Leno shit. And there was a conversation we were having with about John Wieners. I think it was like they were talking about Alice Notley. We were talking about behind the Cincinnati Pike, or is it beneath the state capitol and behind the Cincinnati Pike, or it's behind the state capitol and beneath the Cincinnati Pike? They're both, I mean, John Wieners is great. If you haven't read John Wieners, and to me, I like his stuff that's sort of unpublished better in a way. A lot of his B-sides and stuff. I love his notebooks, honestly. That Star Seen in Person and 707 Scott Street, I think, are kind of like, they're a model for me in a lot of ways. They're almost like a perfect prose poem form. But they're more poem than prose, even though they look like prose. There are like these sort of like epic poems of his, of his mental life. I love those books. But he was talking just about how John Wieners took ownership, right? Like of everything on the fringe. That's what camp was about, or like, he was a homosexual in the 50s, and so like taking ownership of all that stuff. And, that's the center. Wherever you are is the center, right? And how does this relate to what the fuck I was just talking about? What was I just talking about? I'm too high. You get too high and then you forget. I was talking about Wes Anderson movies and... I mean, that sounds ridiculous, I guess, for somebody like me to say that, like, oh, I feel like I'm way on the edge and I need to just say like where I am as the center, being like this straight white guy who's into kind of just like whatever, I guess, lukewarm postmodernism, postmodernism leftovers. Postmodernism Jr., James Bond Jr. I was talking about Jay Leno. That's what I was talking about. So I'm saying Jay Leno is the center. Well, I don't know. I hate watching. It's something about the beginning of that show. It's just so funny to me. It's the music. Da, 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 da. I've got it stuck in my head, even though in my head I'm thinking like, this is not a theme song. Like Jay Leno's theme song is like almost like anti-music. I feel like that guy wrote that in 5 seconds, and almost did it like just to fuck you, Jay Leno. I feel like that guy is just laughing his ass to the bank. Like Kevin Eubanks probably made millions of dollars a year. And to be honest, I mean, Jay Leno, he probably had the first black band leader, right? I mean, Letterman had Paul Schaefer, Conan had Max Weinberg. Arsenio, who was Arsenio's band leader? I mean, I guess he was probably black, but, you know, Leno did have a fucking... And his show is pretty diverse, I gotta say. I think he was okay with whatever the network told him that he had to do. And probably, I don't know, maybe he even worked on that. Maybe he even made it a point to do that, which kudos to him. I don't know. I guess I'm reevaluating. I'm trying to take a look, because a lot of these comedians talk about how Jay Leno, like, he'd invite them to their house, and he'd sort of he was like the head, you know, like he tutored them all or something. They were sort of like, he would give them pointers. He'd talk to them about stand-up, but he was a little bit further along. You know, he'd been on the Tonight Show or this or that. He had experience. He'd been in movies. He's in, is he in fucking, that movie about, Alan Freed? It's a pretty good movie. And Jay Leno, I remember being kind of okay as an actor. But he's had this kind of Machiavellian, so The Late Shift, right, is all about how Jay Leno fucked over David Letterman for The Tonight Show. There was a book about it. I read the book as a kid. What's a guy, Bill Wright or something wrote it? I can't remember the guy's name. But I was like really into it as a kid, which I guess is no surprise to anybody. But The Late Shift is kind of like, I don't know, it was an early version because it was based on reality. And it was this sort of like fictionalized version of reality. There wasn't a lot of that. But it was about comedians and late night, and I guess I've always been kind of like obsessed with that, and I think everybody wants to be a late night host in some way. That's what podcasts are about. It's sort of just like an amateur do-it-yourself talk show that, you know, have your friends on, or open mic comedians or whatever. And so, you know, I've seen Leno on this or that, like, right, he fell down a cliff recently, and he burned his face off, and so Leno's been through some weird, you know, his Tonight Show Afterlife and Jay Leno's garage. I guess that's my sense of humor, is just like adopting these things that are funny to like them, like Huey Lewis or Clifford or whatever the fuck it is, Jay Leno. It's like kind of funny. Bill Maher. It's funny to like Bill Maher because he just sucks so bad. It's a joke that I'm like watching these Tonight shows. And I said it on the reading on Tuesday. I got a laugh when I said I was watching Jay Leno Tonight shows. I don't know why. There's just been this appetite in me for some reason. I do not know why. Well, there's old Carson Tonight shows, which are actually great. You know, the Carson Tonight shows have held up remarkably well. He had an artful way with words, and he was a gifted physical comedian. A lot of what Carson does is just silent comedy, facial expressions and reactions, but his monologue is like poetry. It's all about the word choice. I have a line in my poem, I gave the bing bong my do-rag, or something like that. It's like that's sort of like a Carson line. He's just got these silly, but they're like they're wordsmith. They're not just like Leno. It's like, it's a blowjob. It's like Bill Clinton and Hillary, and it's like, Jesus Christ. But I've been watching Jay Leno on these podcasts because he's on everything. He's on Rogan. He's on fucking Club Random. I have to find new episodes of Club Random to watch because Ashley wants Bill Maher content for some awful, who knows why reason. She loves Bill Maher content, and 75% of the Club Random guests are like horrible. I do think Bill Maher is like some kind of right wing pipeline at this point. Like he platforms just like last week he had Tim Pool on. It's like I'm not watching this. I will not watch this. I'm not gonna watch fucking Candace Owens on Club Random. I'm sorry. You know, like we're getting near the bottom of the barrel. We watched Mammon a long time ago. We've watched most of the good ones. You know, we watched Seinfeld the other day. I don't know. They don't have poets on Club Random. There's no Eileen Miles on Club Random. I don't know why. You know, Bill Maher should have better guests. He should have fucking Terrence Hayes on Club Random, but he's got, Piers Morgan and Jay Leno. And so I've seen Jay Leno on, and I'm just trying to, Jay Leno, him and Maher are exactly the same. Except Maher is like Carson, he's a little bit better with his words. But like their demeanor, that's why I've been watching it, because it's like Jay Leno Tonight Show, I feel like is the closest, I don't know, it just feels like a comedy club to me. And so he is this sort of like master populist comedian. Like he was number one. Not that that's necessarily a good thing. It probably is a bad thing, actually. But I'm just trying to see, seeing him on these podcasts, you're like, Jay Leno is a master of something. Like he's been in this business and he won. He won the Tonight Show fucking twice. You know, he fucked over these guys and he's a survivor. You know, he gets his face burned off. He does 300 gigs a year in addition to fucking the Tonight Show. It's like he'll do the Tonight Show and then he'll fly to Vegas and do another show. It's like the dude is always working. He's always wearing denim. And so, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm fascinated. At this point, Jay Leno is like Bob Hope or something. He's so old and he's such this like committed kind of lifer that you're like, okay. And a lot of these comedians speak like Louis C.K. They all kind of have awe of Jay Leno, which I kind of hate. Because I'm definitely on Team Dave and Team Conan and whoever, who's next in line. Too bad he didn't fucking fuck over Jimmy Fallon. He fucked over Letterman. He fucked over Conan O'Brien. When it comes to Jimmy Fallon, it's just like, this guy will be on The Tonight Show probably forever. Who's going to take over? Not Seth Meyers. Jimmy Fallon will probably be the last host of The Tonight Show. Until, I don't know, I guess maybe Aiden Ross or something. They'll replace it with some fucking stupid podcast. Theo Vaughn. It's The Tonight Show with Theo Vaughn. My favorite thing about The Tonight Show with Jay Leno is the beginning. I love the credit sequence. I love it. I don't know. I remember it. I guess it takes me back to childhood. And how sad that is. That beginning of fucking Jay Leno Tonight Show. It's The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. It's so fucking cheesy. But I don't know. That's like the Shadow Stevens world. That guy's name, I'm Ed Hall. Kevin Eubanks in The Tonight Show band. It's like, fuck. It's so, Dave's show is, but Letterman was like the Yankees. It was kind of, there was something like serious about it. There was something heavy about it. Like Charlie Rose or something. It had this blue, kind of black, just like sinking quality. Leno was like very some kind of like NBC 90s, Windows 95, like screensaver fucking jungle. The LA, it's LA. I don't know. It's just like, It was a big part of my youth. My parents were sort of into Jay Leno. I was into Letterman. They thought Letterman was mean. Letterman like represented New York, the Empire State Building, and the Ed Sullivan Theater, and the world's most dangerous man. And Letterman's sense of humor and his demeanor is definitely more kind of like acidic and like kind of like sarcastic. I guess that's why I liked it. Leno just seemed like just didn't he. I mean, it just seemed meaningless. It seemed like he's a capitalist. I don't necessarily know that he was a Republican, but he was always going after Clinton, and like he'd go after Bush and Cheney and shit. But it was not really the same. I mean, like he was sort of a corporate guy. I mean, he's Italian. I think deep down, they're all kind of right wing, or there's I don't know, not all of them, but like I think with Leno, there's probably like some kind of like he just wants the trains to run on time, and he got it. He did 11:35 every fucking night. It's the Tonight Show with Jay. He's got nothing to do. He doesn't have any kids. He's got this weird addiction to being on stage, and like he sucks so bad. His jokes suck so bad. But he's just able to crank them out, and you know what you're going to get. You're going to get this sort of like safe, pseudo risque, like office level hack, mass kind of fast food fucking patty. Some kind of fucking Jay Leno hot dog. Comedy hot dog with Kevin Eubanks. I felt so bad that he had to sit there and listen to that, but he was getting paid, so good for him. And I don't know. This is my in-depth study of Jay Leno. I guess I should be out actually doing open mics and shit, but in my mind, watching Jay Leno clips from the 90s is like doing preparation for this, and for the open mic on Monday. I want to be the Jay Leno of the East Village. It's the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. You know you're about to laugh, people. What else? We're just going to keep streaming, everybody. We're bringing you value because it's been a few days, and, I'm sure we'll come to something else. What the hell? Yeah, there's not a lot of Jay Leno clips on TikTok, but he seems smart. So I'm trying to watch and just see, is there something I can learn from this? It is comedy at kind of its just most, and I don't know, he somehow became the top guy. I don't know if that's just a work ethic thing or a Machiavellian thing. I mean, Jay Leno does seem like some kind of commedia dell'arte mask, which I think works for his brand of sending up the status quo, the neoliberal era. The Clinton 90s were pretty good, and then 9/11 happened, and Jay Leno just rolled with it. I think he supported he had Toby Keith on. There was some episode we watched the other day had Toby Keith. So he seemed very pro-American. I remember a lot of American flags and stuff. With Jay. Bill Maher loves him. Bill Maher just thinks he's just hilarious. But he's a West Coast guy. He's an LA guy. And I think they sort of, like I said, he sort of took Bill Maher under his wing when he was younger. You can feel that. I don't think that's good. You don't want any Jay Leno in your technique. But I'm just amazed he got away with this stuff because it doesn't even sound like jokes. He just kind of hits it a certain way. I'm going to beat this Jay Leno horse into the ground, okay? What else? I mean, there should be some kind of Tonight Show with poets, then we could talk about poets instead of Jay Leno. But I don't know, comedians sort of serve that purpose in a way. That the monologue is such a fascinating form to me, where it's like it's the standard for these late night shows. It's the beginning of every one. And it's sort of like what they do. Jay Leno comes out, and I even remember as a kid, his monologues just like going on forever, like a goddamn Ric Flair match. Ric Flair could wrestle Broadways. That's what he'd call them, 60-minute mat, 3 fall or whatever the fuck it is. We love doing Broadways. We do 2 Broadways a night. It's like Jay Leno's doing a fucking Broadway in his fucking monologue. It's like, shut the fuck up. Let's get to Uma Thurman already. It's jaywalking. I mean, jaywalking, I think, did reveal just how stupid people in this country are. It's just like, it was kind of eye-opening, as Bill Maher had said. So I don't know. We'll probably go back to watching Mad Men, but, it's I don't know. Just locked in this video world. Which I don't know. To me, these free movies, it's just like going to an art museum. It's just like another opportunity. If I can watch, Mad Men or Club Random or Tonight Show reruns from 1997, it's like being able to go to the Met or the Louvre, or turn on the radio and listen to Tommy James and the Shondells, or I know I get Gloria. The Dave Clark 5. This video popped up in my feed today of Bruce Springsteen talking about the Dave Clark 5 and just what a revolutionary band they were. They kind of don't get any credit, but their records sounded huge. The excitement generated by the Dave Clark 5. And Inaudible Detonation, a band that I was in my 20s, or teens even, when I was 20 and like around that age. The Dave Clark 5 was like weirdly a big, well, I mean, it was all that kind of Nuggets garage band stuff, but like, I don't know, the Dave Clark 5 kind of worked its way in bizarre ways, because they kind of had a Beatles sound. Were they a Mercy band, or were they from somewhere else? I don't know. Where was Dave Clark from? But they had this big-ass drum sound and a big bass sound. We played that song, Can't You See? And, I don't know. I thought when that band broke up, I just thought music was over. But it's like, you should just always be in bands. Music should just always be. It just comes back, Like, I think participating in this art is important at whatever level. Whatever it's just important to write your own music, record your own music, write your own poetry, read it, perform, do comedy. Seeing Jay Leno, the host of the Tonight Show, the #1 job in comedy, like, you realize there's not really that much difference between the top and like people that suck at it. Because he sucks too. It's just somehow he managed to convince people that he's funny. I don't even know. I think it's just Pavlovian. Jay Leno just he laughs at all his own shit, and he hits the punchlines, and then he has the band do a fucking rim shot. Every fucking joke, the band goes boom. They do some kind of jazzy, like, punctuation flourish. And, to be honest, I don't think the people in the audience give a fuck one way or the other. I think they're not thinking about it that much. They're not comedy nerds. They're people with jobs. It's so weird to me that Conan followed Jay Leno. Like, who the fuck is watching Jay Leno and then Conan? Like, nobody is watching both those shows. Who likes Jay Leno? And then they're like, oh, yeah, I love this new Conan guy. And vice versa. Because I know, I watched Jay Leno because it was like, I didn't really watch it. I would sort of like tune into his monologue a little bit. I've talked about this for like 45 minutes, I think. This is important, okay? This is my dissertation. I never watched his interviews or his skits. I guess when I was a little kid, I thought Iron J was kind of funny. Like, when I was very young and like Jay Leno first came on the scene, I was like 7, I guess, or 8. I think I remember seeing Iron J and being like, that's funny. Just his giant chin and the little fucking headband on his head. But I guess that's just a testament to how many bad comedians there are. Letterman was kind of like, I don't know, it was funny in like how he was sort of like anti-humor. He's from Indiana, so it really reminded me. His sense of humor was very familiar to me. He reminded me of my grandpa, actually. Very sarcastic, but like you could see I don't know, the warmth behind it or something. I don't know. Or I guess just being from the Midwest, you have to be like it's like a frontier log cabin. At a certain point it was. So maybe all those people are kind of like wiry and, kind of oaken or something. And they're wiry oaks, okay? And, dry, maybe, but I don't know. What's the right word? Sense of humor description, they're so... What does tongue-in-cheek mean? I can never figure out what the fuck tongue-in-cheek means. So you hear it used all the time, tongue-in-cheek. What the hell does that mean? I think it means you're not sticking your tongue out, making it obvious that you're joking. Your tongue is in your cheek. So, it's not exposed. But I don't know. Is Letterman tongue-in-cheek? I suppose he is. He's more of like a gap-toothed comedian. Which is part of his mask. I think a lot of comedians kind of look like masks or something. They look like some kind of exaggerated facial structure. Like Letterman's got that gap and he's got this kind of smiling, ironically thing. Leno, obviously his giant chin, right? Conan kind of looks like Jimmy Olsen or fucking Bob's Big Boy or Archie comics or something. Andy Hardy. He looks like Mickey Rooney, kind of, on a torture rack. Tall people, short people, fat people. They have to cope with their, exceptionalism by making light of it. And, I think people were watching Letterman and then they were switching over to Conan. I guess that's what we did. I mean, I remember one year we were like stoked on Conan. We literally watched it one summer, because we were out of school, so we could stay up every night. And I remember staying up and like fucking, and staying up and watching Conan. I don't know why. I think my brother liked it maybe more than I did. I liked it. I don't know. Letterman was probably always my favorite, I suppose. Like I said, him being from Indiana, it felt like there was a tradition of broadcasters kind of from the Midwest, right? Like Carson's from Nebraska, Bob and Tom, or what are those guys? Bob and who's Chris Chris Elliott's dad. They were like radio personalities. I think they were from the Midwest. And they sort of came to New York. Like Gene Shepard, right? He's from Indiana, too. He's from he's like Gary, Indiana, like East Chicago, I think. But he lived in New York and was like a broadcaster out of New York. It feels like there used to be more of that. There used to be like Colbert's from South Carolina, Jimmy Fallon's from upstate, Seth Meyers, I think, is from Boston. He's got Massachusetts. You know, there used to be, it felt like there used to be more of like a Great Lakes representation. Now it seems to be more about the coasts and the kind of elite. Boston, it's like those people are very educated. They're around Harvard, they're around all these universities, MIT. Conan went to fucking Harvard. You know, like Carson went to State College. He went to Nebraska. Letterman went to Ball State. I don't even think Leno went to college. He's like a car mechanic. He's a car guy. It's The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. I mean, how great was it when Letterman, here we go, when Letterman would throw the fucking cards and the glass would break. You know, as a little kid, you see that shit and you're like, this makes perfect sense. But you're also like, you don't appreciate it, you know? Like these live talk shows, it's not necessarily that, like Jay Leno doesn't even try to make it interesting. Like The Tonight Show with Jay Leno was not really like an interesting television show. It was basically like Oprah or like fucking Real Time or like, it was just like monologue, maybe a skit probably, or like that headlines thing that he would do. It's a funny headline from some fucking newspaper in Kansas. He was probably good with the affiliates. I think Dave was not good with the affiliates. Dave would not go everywhere and shake everybody's hand. Jay Leno would like fly anywhere. He'd do stand-up anywhere. You know, he doesn't give a fuck. He's a company man, 100%. You know, his politics are not going to get in the way. He's not going to have Harvey B. Carr on and do anything subversive. It's like, he's going to have fucking, you know, Kevin Sorbo. TV's Hercules, Kevin Sorbo. Corbin Burnson from Friends. Matthew LeBlanc. It's The Tonight Show. Like there was no really... there's a lot of cutaways. On Leno, there's a lot of jokes that are like a cutaway to some fake video or fake picture or something. So it's like there are kind of effects. Like the Iron J thing, I guess, is technically an effect. It's like on Conan when they would do Schwarzenegger or like Bill Clinton, they'd have Robert Schmeigel just be the mouth. I used to love that shit. Oh, my favorite Conan thing was If They Made It. Do people remember If They Made It? That should be an Instagram account. If They Made It was incredible. They'd take two celebrities and then they'd put their faces together as if they had a baby. I don't know why that was so funny to me. For some reason, that was always just like hilariously funny. It sounds stupid now that I'm saying it. I guess I was like 10 years old when they were doing that, but I thought it was fucking hilarious. When Robert Schmeigel would do Clinton, woohoo! Clinton's just this party animal. That was a better Clinton than Daryl Hammond. I did not really like Daryl Hammond that much. Daryl Hammond was like a Jay Leno joke. It was like this sleazy bathrobe, like fucking... I don't know. But, you know, that was all you could make fun of Clinton for. It's like at least he had fucking game and shit. He wasn't just like starting wars, nation building, $1 trillion fucking a month military budget. It wasn't quite that bad as the post 9/11. As much as people to both sides, everything. Clinton was just it was a party era. Jay Leno on the Tonight Show. I remember it well. The apex of American empire, at least in my lifetime, probably. We're just walking down memory lane. We're talking about Jay Leno Tonight Show. If you're just now tuning in, you probably want to go back and watch the last 45 minutes where I've just waxed poetic. Well, one of the themes of the show is broadcasting, right? So we talked about Around the Horn the other day, PTI. Everybody's a television show now. And so you might as well try to make it. I remember in like the 90s, there was some story in Entertainment Weekly. We used to have a subscription to Entertainment Weekly. I loved fucking Entertainment Weekly. I've always loved pop culture and and show business and all that shit. E True Hollywood Story. And what the hell was I saying? I'm going to lose the audience. Oh, God. That's why the late shift was like such a fucking. Because it was about like something current. It was crazy that they made that movie that fast. And then it happened again. I mean, how nuts is that? That they Jay Leno fucked him out of the Tonight Show again. And the guy wrote another book about it. The Late Shift 2, Part 2. Nobody thought there would ever be a sequel to this. Like, holy shit. I thought it was going to come back to me. What the hell was I just talking about? I've turned off the comments. I've silenced people in the comments. Oh, yeah. They did this story about this. Some guy did a talk show out of, like, his living room in, like, Indiana or something. Which in the 90s, that's, like, crazy, right? It's like, oh, my God, this guy has his own show. Now it's like that's just everybody. Everybody's sort of podcasting and trying to throw their hat in the ring as, like, a content voice and entertainer, monologuists, what have you. Let's look at this. Well, you like being on the show, though. You like me, don't you? Man, I don't even know you. You can really get his attitude. God bless Harvey P. Carr. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's too cranky. Maybe he's not a good role model for me. He's too I mean, is Harvey P. Carr all chip, no shoulder? I had a line in my poem about that. Somebody said that about me once. I'm all chip, no shoulder. That's a common now. I'm too, like, critical of everything, cynical of everything, complaining, calling bullshit on everybody, holier than thou, pointing the finger, casting stones. In my poetry, there's probably more of that than poetry at this point. More takedowns of the MFA mafia and the cowards of corporate Poetry Incorporated, who've sold their divine flesh. I mean, read William Blake, okay? Tell me that shit's, like, not demonically, like, defiant of. I mean, it's elusive. It's contradictory in some ways, and it's illogical in some ways. The auguries of innocence. Just like in the Bible, there's crazy shit in there. So it's important to put some crazy shit in your poetry, some crazy illogical shit. It's important. Speaking in tongues. Wolfman Jack is speaking in tongues. So yeah, I did all of No Murder Most Foul on Monday at the end of the open mic. I encourage people to watch that. The live from Monday, our live Bob Dylan Part 2. I did Murder Most Foul 16 minutes. It was a dark day in Dallas, November 63. And then we watched the JFK episode of Mad Men. And then we saw Roger Sterling at Anglica Film Center. He was ordering our drink next to us. We didn't want to bother the poor man. So we're just hobnobbing with celebs, you know. I mean, I guess a lot of my stories recently have been like, I saw so-and-so in public, or such and such famous person. In New York, it's a fairly regular occurrence, particularly in Manhattan. Is it a remarkable experience? Does it mean anything? I mean, the fact that Ashley got Wes Anderson our books is crazy. The fact that Wes Anderson is going to see... I mean, he probably just passed it off to an assistant and probably went into a fucking box. He'll probably never see it again. But I'd like to think he's going to take a look at it on his private rail car or whatever the fuck he travels in. You know, on his way to his next press junket in Venice or, San Sebastian or wherever the hell, Cannes. It was just Cannes, right? I guess that's why he's tan. He's just coming from the south of France. Oh man, Cannes Festival. That'd be pretty fucking cool to go to. I should have just focused on filmmaking. I've tried to marry literature and filmmaking in my no budget. I mean, I guess it's naive to come to New York and DIY. There's not really a point. Like, the point of living in New York is to, somehow get plugged into some kind of big system, to get into a fucking Wes Anderson movie, to get into a fucking TV show or something. You don't come to New York and then make a fucking public access show or a vlog. Now it's like the people that live in New York, they already had vlogs. They're famous influencers. They got rich. So they moved to New York, and they vlog about that. They vlog about eating Lindustry pizza or whatever the fuck it is. Or Van Leeuwen. Or Dubai chocolate. That's the newest craze. Are you people eating Dubai chocolate? Ashley won't stop talking about Dubai chocolate. I'm not buying. That's a psyop that I'm not, that's going on my list. Propaganda. Have you people seen this on Twitter? Propaganda I'm not falling for. Dubai chocolate. That's going on my list. Okay? Dubai chocolate. That's propaganda that I'm not falling for. Okay? What else? Even though I do want to try it. It's got pistachios in it. I love pistachio. It's one of my favorite flavors. So... I don't necessarily want to support Dubai or anything they do. But they're like the country in this fucking Phoenician scheme. It's like the guy's just like, yeah, we'll use slaves labor, no big deal. They'll do it. It's like, that's what they do in Dubai. It's like, what the fuck? How can you dehumanize that part of the story? And just, be okay with it? It's like, that's kind of... irresponsible and I don't know. Privileged. It's privileged. Let's just say that. Is Wes Anderson the director of Privilege? Is he art washing wealth inequality and exploitation? So they talk about the Michael Cera character, right? He's like an agent who wants to infiltrate by being this fake tutor. And he says he's center-right. His personal politics are center-right. So I'm like, what the fuck? Why is Wes Anderson a trad cath? There's all this like religious imagery, and it's very sincere. Bill Murray plays God. It's kind of a little too on the nose. But I guess who else would he get, you know? Gene Hackman died. Poor Royal Tenenbaum. Uh, ignominious. Yeah, so I want to see a Wes Anderson come back. Like, you know how Tiger Woods won the Masters when he got old, and Jack Nicklaus won the Masters when he got old. I want to see Wes Anderson come out with one more movie that people actually want to watch. I don't know. I mean, the review in the New Yorker was like a rave. I think Richard Brody loved this fucking movie, but he's older. Maybe he could understand what was happening. I couldn't. I mean, I could kind of follow the plot, but it didn't really seem to matter. You know, there's something about the style that just like completely, you know, it's almost like Bergman in that it's like there's like this Scandinavian like disconnection or something because it's so stylized that it's just like all of the characters are so deadpan. And it's just the movie's like a watch. You know, Wes Anderson movies are like a fucking Swiss watch at this point. And there's a certain amount of pleasure in that the camera moves do this exactly, and everything is on cue and super choreographed. Like he knows that, you know, he wants that. They're fine tuning that with each movie. His movies get more and more. It's like anything that becomes a trademark of his move, a signature, he does it, he'll do it 10 times in the next fucking movie. It's like multiplied exponentially. Each Wes Anderson movie becomes more. This is my theorem, my Wes Anderson theorem. His stylized aesthetic exponentially, it's like AI or something. It imitates itself and becomes more and more hyper intensified of an imitation and a following its own pattern and its own logic. Each Wes Anderson movie becomes magnified in amplitude of how Wes Anderson it is. Well, he's the look of like 16 millimeter, like black and white. You know, it's like it's not every part of the movie is meant to look like some kind of storybook French, you know, fucking Ratatouille, Jacques Tati. What's that comic strip? Fucking what's that French comic? Hervé. What's that comic? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. Uh, the Peanuts. Have you know? The reason why his movies are like so horizontal is because they're like the funny pages. You know, Wes Anderson movies they kind of famously had this Peanuts quality. I don't know why or how. I guess the music, but also, you know, the horizontality of all of the fucking. It's like it's not necessarily flat, although it does kind of make everything into a panel. The way it's arranged. I mean, this movie, a lot of it looked like paintings. It's a lot of it, you know, like I said, I think he's self-conscious now about, you know, they want a hyper stylized look and they know what a Wes Anderson film is and they're playing on it a little bit. There's more real life stuff. He's always had this kind of religious, like Darjeeling Limited, right? The mom goes and becomes like a nun or something in India. It's like there's a nun in this movie too. And there's all these nuns and it's like there's kind of a weird Anglican Catholic. I think he lives in the English countryside now. He's Anglican. He's like T.S. Eliot. He's become this like transatlantic like banker in his like finely tailored suit. I think he just likes the orderliness, the braininess, the flavor of Europe, the flavors. You know, Europe is like this adult, I mean, I haven't been over there in years. I'd like to go back, but when I was in Europe, it felt like America was like the kids' table. It felt like, oh wow, I'm finally at the adult table, and it's like this banquet, and there's all these classy people. They speak different languages. We're using all these different forks and glasses. They drink wine. They smoke cigarettes. They're smart. They're not peppy or overly ebullient or anything. America is just like this loud. It's the kids' table. Maybe the kids' table is more fun, but it's loud. It's stressful. America just feels like this work farm where they just want to work you to death. Like we're livestock in this country. We are fucking livestock. And Wes Anderson found a way to escape with his bougie ass, ritzy fucking, like it's like he's making movies in the 30s or something. Like he's Les Millions or fucking Noel Coward. There's like some kind of Noel Coward thing. He's a dandy, right? He's a dandy. I guess in an age of huge wealth inequality, I mean, right? It's another gilded age, and so it makes sense that there will be dandies. That's when that shit happened, the Victorian era. There were extremely wealthy people. There were the robber barons and the fucking, the original magnates of coal and Carnegie and all of that shit, the railroad and oil. That was the beginning of like the oil business and the oil boom. And that's sort of like now. We're living in an era of a non-consecutive two-term president who wants tariffs and all this shit. And the movie mentions tariffs. Somebody asked Wes Anderson about tariffs at a press conference the other day. And it sort of was about Trump. I don't remember what he said, but it seemed to like playfully, not really, it wasn't political, his answer. But it's like his movies seemed hyper political to me. They're all about, maybe that's just a consequence of living in Europe and having to traverse all these borders and shit, but like, this movie seemed to be about developing the Middle East. And what is this about? What the fuck is this? Is this... It can't just be not political at all. It's like there's a radical, there's like a terrorist band, but they're more like Che Guevara or something. They're not like Middle Eastern. They don't look like... Are they Palestinian? Is it the PLO? I'm not sure. The Richard Brody review didn't really go into that. But I don't, like the movie wants to play with these things like they're fucking dolls or something. And it's like, well, what about, Battle of Algiers or Costa Gravis, or like, this is real shit. These are real people's lives. These are real slaves. These are real wars. Wes Anderson, you can't be careless with these things. You can't just use them fatuously for your little dollhouse. But in some way, it does seem like he's trying to write about contemporary stuff. And Grand Budapest Hotel struck me that way too. It seemed like he was trying to write about like the decay or something of our society as a result of the Cold War and blah, 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 whatever after. And, they're not totally divorced from reality. They seem to be about our reality. It's just, they turn it into like this children's book that, I don't know, there's no real moral to the story. It's like, he wants to be a children's book author. He wants to be Roald Dahl. It's like, put a fucking moral in the goddamn thing. Is there a point to this movie? What was the point of that movie? I couldn't tell what the fuck was going on. And I didn't really care. It's like, he supposedly killed the daughter's mother, maybe, but he says he didn't. She's a nun. And then he's got this half brother and Benedict Cumberbatch was kind of terrible. I could have done without Benedict Cumberbatch in the movie. He had a couple real cringe moments. I haven't seen those Roald Dahl movies. I don't really want to see any other Wes Anderson Roald Dahl movies. Even though I liked Roald Dahl as a child, I liked, the Twits, and I read Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and fucking The Witches was super dope. He was one of my favorite authors, I'd say, when I was 7. Not that that's bad, like I think that's a perfectly reasonable influence, but it's just like, I don't. It seems like Owen Wilson left and Roald Dahl came in. It's like Wes Anderson already had enough, like of an his own personal sense of aesthetic was pretty fucking cool and original, and then it just seemed like now it's either like a fucking Roald Dahl fucking story, or I'd like to see Jay Leno in a Wes Anderson movie. His shit just feels more British, it feels more European, it feels more but it's also like not more serious, like I don't feel like you watch an Eric Romer movie and it's like, wow, this is like a Wes Anderson movie for adults. It's like it's got all the style, everybody looks great, but it's like actually kind of brilliantly written. It's about adults. It's poetic. Like Wes Anderson movies, I don't know. It's like you really want to make like a fucking pop-up book. This is like a pop-up book. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Read Glib. Okay, Wes Anderson? Trust me. Read Glib. Read SF Days. I mean, Wes Anderson's from Austin, Texas, right? Or he's from Houston, but he went to UT Austin. That's where he met Owen Wilson. And so I got to imagine he's got some kind of zine consciousness, some kind of like, Slacker, right? That was around that time. Linklater. I'm sure that was probably an influence on them. And he made it. I mean, Jesus Christ, Wes Anderson, like, that's not that, those guys necessarily came from, like, poor nowhere. Like, both of their parents were connected and were, like, sort of like white collar, upper middle class. Like, Owen Wilson's dad was an advertising executive. His mom was, like, a photographer. She'd worked with Richard Avedon. Wes Anderson's dad, I don't fucking remember. His mom was an archaeologist. His dad was what did he manage that was Owen Wilson's dad, managed a PBS station. Wes Anderson's dad, I can't remember what the fuck he did. But it's like, they had connections in Hollywood. They could get their film to this lady, Polly Platt, who knew James L. Brooks. James L. Brooks saw their movie. So it's like they were able to get into things like Sundance. I mean, sure, they had talent, they had a voice, but like they weren't just nobodies from fucking nowhere. It's like their parents were savvy people. Their parents had been in the industry, sort of like Lena Dunham or something. It's like they weren't necessarily like movie nepo babies or something, but like they weren't just like coming from fucking the bottom of the barrel or something with no money and no like. I mean, although they did go to a state college, right? Like UT Austin is not necessarily like it's not fucking Columbia. It's not Yale. It's not Georgetown. But but at the same time, it's like they were just I don't know the landscape they were coming from, particularly in Bottle Rocket. It's like they poeticized that landscape in a way that was like very relatable to me. You know, those characters, that kind of masculinity of Dignan and Anthony, and the interplay, the sensitivity, the way the characters' feelings got hurt, the romance, right? The wanting to run away from it all, but just like in this kind of mellow way. You know, it wasn't like some violent crime, Reservoir Dogs. It was like, this was like if me and my friends decided to fucking rob a fucking bookstore. Well, the fact that they even rob a bookstore is fucking hilarious, right? Like, only a bunch of middle class, fucking kind of like educated people that are not criminals would decide to rob a fucking Barnes and Noble or something, you know, like, it's not a bank. It's not fucking a jewelry store. But you can see the DNA of movies like Straight Time or all those heist movies from the 70s, right? A lot of those Gen X artists, you can feel the 70s and the shows they watched when they were kids, cop shows, or Sabotage, right? Beastie Boys, Sabotage is like a parody of 70s cop shows. You know, like a lot of Bottle Rocket is like, they're trying to be these like 70s heist fucking dream. You know, it's their, that's their art. You know, that's their escape from society and boredom, and the brutality of people like Future Man, the bullies, you know, the places they don't fit in. It's a way, it's their project, it's their enterprise, it's their film, it's their poetry, it's their whatever it is you do. It's their open mic. It's their music career. You know, it's their gigs. It's their whatever the hell it is. It's them going on tour. It's their attempt to make meaning out of their life, to make something happen. Rather than just living with, you know, the wreckage and the pain of all their family. You know, there's nothing to steal from my mom and Craig. And they're striking out on their own. You know, Dignan's trying to be, he's trying to be some big time gangster. He thinks he's going to be Gene Hackman in Heist. He's going to be some David Mamet character. He's going to be Teach. Or whatever. I don't know. I haven't read American Buffalo in a long time. What else? I'm just going to keep going. Damn you. Because I don't really get on as much as I should. I mean, what else has happened recently? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if I should really talk about this on the internet, but a friend in poetry recently passed away in kind of an unexpected way. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a shock. It's kind of a big deal, really, actually. You know, I think in a certain way, not to be, I don't know, morbid or whatever about it, but I feel kind of lucky because, you know, I'm middle aged or whatever, and I don't really, none of my close friends or friends really even that I can think of has passed away, thank God. You know, and I mean, people do pass away, you know, it's not like there's no loss, but I haven't known too many people. A few people from high school, but like I didn't know them that well. Other than that, you know, nothing really that I can point to off the top of my head until this. I mean, this was a colleague and just an amazing person. I mean, really, really truthfully, really one of the most amazing people I've ever met, you know, and just managed to find a way to stay real and be a good person and be like an interesting person and a cool person. And there was something almost like old fashioned about how nice and just how, this is something I've been thinking a lot about is just like, me, I'm pretty stingy with my time. I like being alone. But it's like, how much do you lend yourself to just like chatting with people, helping people? If you see people need help, like I helped move the couch yesterday or whatever, it's like, how much of a fucking like mensch are you? I don't know. How much of a, how much, how enjoyable is it to have a conversation with you? Do people want to chat with you? Or, I don't know. Do you give people money on the street when they ask for it? I don't know. There's just things that certain people do that seem kind of old fashioned now. We're discouraged out of all that stuff. Everything has to move so fast, and you're not even supposed to look at homeless people or who's got character. What does it mean to have character? People tease you or people wink at you or people shit test you or a lot of times it's those kind of people. It's like if you called them in the middle of the night, they would come help you. uh and it's just, I don't know, it's hard to find characters anymore and people who have character and people who have their own energy and their own vibe. And this guy definitely was a unique individual and just managed to, you know, be creative and make his originality like into his life. And yeah, I don't know. I feel kind of, it felt like something that I wanted to talk about because it is a big deal, I think, in the community. It's been, it was Memorial Day, right, the other day, and it's been a weird spring of a year of loss, right? Alice Notley died, passed away, and now this, among other things. It's something I was gonna say at the open mic. I wrote it down as like a line to have about thank God this week wasn't a memorial. Every week it's like, oh, this is George Wendt Memorial or whatever it is. What was it earlier this year? There was some memorial. Pierre Jory died. Uh, it's a Trump thing. I don't know. Everybody's just stressed and the energy's just crazy again. And it was just a hard winter. It was cold and brutal. Ruthless. It was ruthless, brutal and ruthless, as Jack Michelin would say. And yeah, so Memorial Day, Jesus Christ, I don't know. It's felt especially poignant this year. I was reading this article about the Ted Berrigan and Waldman poem Memorial Day. And if you haven't ever watched, there's a video of it on YouTube. It's got a lot of views for a poetry video, and rightly so, because it's an incredible reading. It really is kind of like a standout. So I encourage people to check that out if you've never watched that. Ann Waldman and Ted Berrigan Memorial Day. It's a black and white from like this early 70s. Some kind of early video equipment. One of those camera pack things. And It's an incredible reading. It's an incredible poem. It's like a long collaborative poem that they wrote together. And I think they only read it once on Memorial Day, and they filmed it. And they thought the fucking tape was lost for years. They thought it was just gone because they said Ted Berrigan had stolen the original from the Poetry Project archive as to use as his own person, because he has a poem where he talks about it. There's some Ted Berrigan piece where he mentions that he listened to the Memorial Day tape and it's as good as ever, he says. Or maybe it's an Alice Notley thing where she's talking about Ted Berrigan. I remember reading that somewhere where it's like he listened to the Memorial Day tape. It's as good as ever. So I think it was something that he listened to, like with some, he listened to it more than once, let's say, from time to time. He'd pull out the Memorial Day tape. And so this is one reason why I'm live streaming all the readings, because it's like these are the tapes, These are the Paul Blackburn tapes. These are the fucking, the archive. So as many people can see him as possible. People in the future. Maybe people now don't get it. But what a tremendous opportunity for future generations to see us on our journey to greatness and immortality. Every rung of the ladder. Every climb of the way. So anyway, they thought, okay, so Ted Berrigan stole the fucking tape from the Poetry Project archive so he could listen to it, which is hilarious because that's where I work. And so, I don't know, it shows you something about how things have been at times or whatever. And so Ron Padgett talks about in one of his books how Ted Berrigan had this suitcase full of tapes, which were tapes from his readings, right, over the years. That was his collection of fucking poetry tapes. Back in the fucking 70s and 80s. Like my dad had this fucking, he's got this chest with a lion face carved on it. It's this amazing old wooden, smells amazing. And it's got all these tapes in it from his whole career. All these different bands, because he would just tape from the board at his gig. So they're all live, or most of them, or a lot of them are live, ripped from the soundboard. So they're almost like Grateful Dead tapes or something. But it's like they all have funky labels and handwriting and different printouts and colors and stuff. Pre-digital. It's all pre-fucking computers, really, and shit. And it sounds amazing. I mean, it sounds really hot live. And the tape hiss and stuff is super cool. It sounds like Mac DeMarco. And, I mean, their bands really were fucking phenomenally sounding. I mean, they sound amazing. And that shit should be archived, right? So anyway, that was, I don't know, that's what they did, I think that really is a cool form, right? Is just having kind of your live, all these different shows, all these different readings, locations, different dates and times, different places. And so one of the things I try to do with my work is stamp that stuff as much as I can. I always read different stuff. I try to make it meaningful and special to whatever the occasion is. Like with this last reading, there were a few mentions of Ashley's launch, the Glib Festival in the backyard. So it's literally referring to where we were. A hack move for applause. And then other pertinent recent developments, which I need to be on the record. For me, it's a record of the autobiographical tale every moment, turning it into word pieces, word segments, and delivering it, to people, to audiences live, like you're the fucking Grateful Dead or fucking Bob or whatever, Springsteen. endlessly touring, endlessly, I don't know. I love playing live. I love live events. I love being in rooms full of people. I don't know. I like nightclubs. I like bars. I like the night people. I love the nightlife. I love the boogie. It's kind of our art form. It's kind of our way. Even though it's Saturday night, I know it's Saturday night. I'm sitting here alone talking about this. I mean, we just saw Wes Anderson. Give me a break. I think a lot of people, like a lot of people leave New York, but a lot of people come to New York right in June. And so we just saw Wes Anderson. Tomorrow we're going to see Buddy Cole at City Winery. So that's another Gen X icon, Scott Thompson from Kids in the Hall, live at City Winery. Thanks to Jason T. Cucker, shout out. So, there's a lot to do culturally. And then Ashley's got a bunch of readings coming up. And then I've got a few things coming up. New York City Poetry Festival is coming up, the 6th borough, Governor's Island. We will be, I think, White Horse Stage Saturday at 5 p.m. So we're not too early. We have a good slot. I like going later in the day. I don't like getting up and having to rush to get on the ferry and stuff. It's nice to be relaxed. You're not going to miss it. There's nothing that sucks more than missing your reading at the Poetry Festival. Because you missed a ferry, I mean, they're pretty cool about, like, getting you on, even if you do miss. If you show up, they'll kind of, like, slot you in. But, I mean, how many people are you going to get 11:30 a.m. or 11 a.m.? I mean, we've had the first slot sometimes. Not that I ever get a huge turnout, but, there's usually 10, 15, 20 people there. And I film it and put it on goddamn YouTube. Wes Anderson, subscribe to my YouTube. I literally have, like, every New York City Poetry Festival reading I've done since, like, 2018 in its entirety. And they're not me. I mean, they're the Easy Paradise reading. It's, like, curated. So one is Don Yorty and Greg Masters. I had Annabelle Lee and Yvonne Lebienne. Ashley did it, right? Among many other luminaries. Last year, right, it was a stand-up comedian. I predicted the election, basically, by having stand-up comedians. I was like Bill Maher. I was trying to unite people. I think Ben Callahan has pieced out of... Well, to be honest, he came out to the Pete's Candy Store gig, and I appreciate that. And then Ashley was, like, really mean. I don't remember what she did, but it was really ugly. He was like, they got into a little bit of a fight. And I apologize. That's why nobody comes to my gigs, and that's why I don't really invite anybody, because I'm just like, if anybody comes to see me, Ashley's just going to do something crazy. And so just spare yourself. Watch it on YouTube, okay? You don't need to risk personal injury because you want to come see me read my fucking pothead diary. My truncated pothead musings. My stream of consciousness. I think in ink, okay? It's better than Wes Anderson. I mean, a lot goes into Wes Anderson's production design and set dressing to make it look that way, and good for him, but I think my poetry is, I don't know, I think it's more, it's got more diversity and flavor and it's fresher. It's more fresh. So hopefully he reads our fucking. Well, yeah. So I don't know. That's like half my viewing hours right there. What am I gonna do? I'm supposed to be getting more people watching. I don't know. It's like this never really seems to go up or down. It just seems to kind of like stay. I mean, well, there's plateaus to the videos. Like the readings the other day, I think they averaged like 20 views each, which is not terrible. There's some people that just get no views, so 20 is not horrible, and it got a few likes. So it's like. Plus, it's like I don't know. It's like I listen to it. I think that's something I think you learn from listening to your own readings. And so like especially with the poems, it's like when I look at it in the notebook, I'm sort of like, I don't know, is that I'm mentally feeling myself up? Thinking about how good I did or how proud of myself I communicated all this stuff to other human beings or to just the ether or to wherever it's going to go. The live streaming and the archiving is just a hope of launching it as far as you can into the future and into some kind of future conflagration where it just explodes in popularity. And people really listen to it deeply. Like I do think it's interesting. I wish more people watched the readings. I've posted all of my recent performances, and I'm proud of them, actually. I mean, not to, like, fucking be cringe and toot my own horn on the internet, but part of this is, like, a diary of my own process and discipline and work ethic and development and whatever, and a seminar. It's a how-to and a motivational fucking speech. And so, like I did those 2 guitar gigs at Caffeine Underground. I thought those went well. Those are both on fucking YouTube. I thought the Pete's Candy Store gig went good, even though I'm sorry Ashley was mean, I'm sorry you came all the way out there and that happened. It cost me a fucking fan, which I don't have many. I'd say I've got, but then, okay, so most of my vlogs get about 50 views or, somewhere in there. But then a lot of them get 100 views. And then, like, the San Francisco vlog get 100 views. And then certain of them will just sort of out of nowhere get 300 views. Like certain of my vlogs have gotten 300 views. And then some of them, like that single room occupancy, it kind of died off. But, like, that's got almost 10,000 views. I think people search for single room occupancy looking for something else. And then they see that and they watch some of it because they think it's going to be about that, but it's not. It's just a vlog about living alone. And so I don't know. You never. And then the open mics are all over the place. They usually get at least 60 views or something, but like the Bob Dylan one, I think, has got 160 some views, and it's sort of, some of them keep going. Like certain open mics will have a lot of views that people still search for it, and even some of the old ones. I don't know if that's because the screen cap or whatever, but like. To me, the open mic is hopefully like old versions of Jay Leno's Tonight Show, where it's like, you can just watch them today, and they're just as good as they ever were. I'd like for people to be able to put on any of those open mics and have it be interesting and worth watching. So it's just an endless library. The open mic is just hundreds of hours of content. And, like, people don't necessarily watch the whole thing, but, like, if 100 more people watch it online in this piece and that piece, then, like, you never know what's getting out there to people. People don't necessarily come up to me and say, hey, I watched your fucking opening or anything, but I don't know. it's there for people who want it, and I like watching it. You know, these readings have been pretty killer recently. These launch readings and the San Francisco reading, the Columbia reading that nobody came to. I mean, some of our sound quality was kind of shitty because of the space we were in and just the way it was set up. So those are kind of hard to watch. But I mean, if you listen to, you know, if you go on fucking Pin Sound or whatever, the University of San Diego, California, University of California, San Diego archive, that shit is all over the place, sound quality too. It's like they don't really have pristine fucking recordings of a lot of stuff. It's all over the place. It can be real jacked up. It's like a cut up. And so the ability to even like do a live on site broadcast of like your reading in high definition color, like it's a fucking 35 millimeter. I mean, I think the look of the iPhone is great, actually. I really find it suitable for what I'm trying to photograph. Just make it look like life, I guess, more or less. It seems to do that pretty well. And go watch Jim Burley read from fucking Ashley's Glib backyard glib thing. You know, he fucking is hilarious. He's as good as any fucking comedian on television. He's as good as fucking Shane Gillis, okay? He's better. And he writes poetry, and it's hilarious. So it's the best of both worlds, like Sammy Hagar. Not like Sammy Hagar. Like Dave. Not Sammy. It's like Dave. I don't know. I like musing on my... This is the bonus hour. Who knows when Ashley's going to come back? She said she was going to be back at 9, but it's like already 10 or something. So this is just going to be a marathon, even though I'm not getting many likes or... It's not about that, okay? It's about... switch over to this for a sec. It's about doing the work and playing your instrument and, you know, woodshedding. Any opportunity I get, I think, to do this, you know, it's like I've been doing live stuff. So I have been live on YouTube, right? Like I've actually been live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Saturday. So I've actually been live 4 times, but I don't know. I think the readings have a different audience. You know, like the live streams, I think, have their own audience. I think stand-up comedians or whoever's out there. Bruce Halladay, shout out. I think Bruce Halladay and Adam S. kind of watch everything. They understand. I'm sorry to single you guys out. Hopefully there will be more fucking, I don't know. I guess if I never turn my chat on, it's just never going to happen. But, the readings, you know, they got a few views. They got a few likes. The open mic, it wasn't a huge... Well, it was Memorial Day, right? So it's like I kind of try to look at it like when I was a kid, like I'm saying, in the summertime, everybody goes outside and does stuff. You know, people are not watching TV. They're not watching YouTube, hopefully. Hopefully they're out boating or they're on a fucking yacht or they're, you know, they're in this Amalfi Coast or they're whatever the hell. You know, they're out fishing or on a ferry or tanning, swimming, playing pickleball, rollerblading, riding city bikes. They're out drinking probably, or I don't know, busking. People are out doing shit, you know, because the weather is nice finally. And so I look at it like it's summer, you know, like we still do the open mic, right? And it still is busy. You know, June is usually the slowest time of the year, other than maybe December, I guess. But December can kind of go either way. I mean, June, it's usually just like school's out. And literally school's out. I mean, a lot of Manhattan is a college town in a fucking weird way because NYU is so big and all of those schools, the New School or Parsons or FIT or even Columbia, right? It's just like everybody graduated, everybody's leaving. I mean, some people stay, but if you're a lot of people go home, but then people come into town. So it's like it's like a tide. It's like a tidal shift. Everything kind of it's like low tide or something. Like it just happens. It's built in to the business a little bit. But we still do well, and it's an opportunity. Because it's maybe a little bit less pressure. Maybe, it's not, when there's 50 people in the room and the list has 40 people on it, it's like things got to keep moving. It's not necessarily like your Jay Leno opening for Miles Davis and people are going to sit there. It's like everybody there is there to perform. And so they need to feel like you're doing what needs to be done to keep things moving as fast as possible without, disrespecting anybody's time, their piece. Like you want everybody to do great and to take their time and have the greatest show and enjoy themselves up there. But you don't want anybody to, it doesn't need to get languorous and people can get indulgent or whatnot. So you gotta fucking that's part of the MC job, the compare job, is to keep things moving and sell drinks and keep the vibe to be to encourage people. If people are having a good time, if it's must see shit, if the talent is like must see, where it's like, oh my god, that was amazing, what I just saw. This show's incredible. There's so many amazing different varieties of things. It is kind of like the Ed Sullivan Show in a way, where it's like it's everything. You have clowns, magicians, fortune tellers from the future, stand-up comedians, poetry, theater stuff, Broadway style songs, rap, whatever it is. Fiction, authors, right? So it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. So yeah, why did I start talking about this? Well, I'm just trying to sell people on my home video library, okay? To all my subscribers out there, I don't necessarily know what the appeal of live is. I guess people want to be in the chat, but there's a lot of old stuff. You can go watch the old lives. They hold up, I think. The old readings. The readings are meant to be like bumper bowling live, where it's like you have like a guide of what you want to say, and it's a very particular order, and it's all of the kind of like points you want to make and dump. It's your dump. It's your clip dumping. You're clip dumping. Try to think of a reading as a clip dump. Take a big clip dump. And so I encourage people to go back and watch the Manic Panic reading. If you haven't watched the fucking Anthology Film Archives reading, I mean, Eileen Miles is on it. What else do you want? That got 60 views, not horrible. But I think the West Coast launch got 100 views. I'm obsessed, right? I'm like, just like my stock market ticker, okay? They just, you have to set goals somewhere, and it's just like a little bit at a time. I got to get to 500 subscribers. Those guys I was with in the park the other day, they literally had 4,000 subscribers. So I guess I need to do something a little bit more dynamic, and I don't know. I need to go back, retool a little bit. Maybe we need to reboot. I need to reboot my live stream. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess me, I'm just trying to assess the recent. I try to do about at least one or two readings a month in addition to the open mic that I'm like booked on, where I'm like sort of a feature or whatever. A reading where you get like 10 minutes. It's nice to be able to do like the spoonbill thing or you know, like the marathons. That's like a big thing, or whatever feature you can do, or I don't know. I try not to think about things as like, I don't know. I guess that's all I do is think about things as like an ego contest, but I don't have a problem doing open mics. It's just, it's nice to be scheduled and to have a little bit more time. And so getting more opportunities to do that, getting more used to like structuring your reading for that, feeling out what you want to do, what works with it. Like, when I read at Spoonbill in a few readings I did last year, it's like I had, well, like, okay, at greetings, they didn't really tell me. I don't remember how long it was supposed to be. So I was like, well, I guess I'll probably do between 10 and 15 minutes, but I didn't want to go long. So at a lot of readings last year, I like took something out where I was like, well, I don't want to go long, so I just won't do this. And so the readings, it's not like they went really short, but like, I think at greetings, I did like 12 or 13 minutes. And at Spoonbill, it was like kind of the same. It was like, I think I did 10 or 12 minutes. And it's like, I probably could have pushed it a little further. Those were like Bruce Andrews went up after me and read for like fucking half an hour. I think he read more than half an hour. And I get it. It's like he's Bruce Andrews. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. But I went on first. So it's like I really didn't know, I didn't want to be up there 20 minutes or something and have everybody else do 12 minutes. I didn't know what the hell it was going to be. And so, like I said, it wasn't that short, but learning from that with my, like this thing, the glib backyard reading, Ashley said 8 minutes, but I was like, I'm going to do 10. I'm a man. I'm going to take up a lot of space. No, I was just like, it's raining. We're under this fucking tent. We all came out. If I read a minute longer or something, it's not going to be the fucking end of the world. And I think as an artist or whatever, it's important to push yourself and try to do more time. Try to stay up there past like your comfort zone. Try to do something new. Like at the glib launch at the theater, I read the San Francisco piece. And it's like it was sort of married to the first half of it. So it was like a way of completing the San Francisco Diary. I read the first half in San Francisco. I read the second half at Anthology in New York. Now it's a chapbook. Wes Anderson has it, okay? Maybe it'll be an influence on his next film. Who's to say? Maybe his next movie will have a good title instead of some kind of weird fucking portmanteau of like the Rosenthaler suitcase, the Rosenthaler luggage, the Applebee, the Maplethorpe credenza. But you do you, man. You do you, Wes Anderson. It's worked so far. He looks great. He's wearing a fucking custom tailored white suit like he's Ashley. And so you can't really give Wes Anderson any advice. He's probably one of the world's leading artists at this point, even though his movies are terrible. A lot of people lapse into self-parody. That's cool too sometimes. They're like, I don't know. Woody Allen made some terrible movies. Not that that's a good example. Horrible example. Yeah, so, you wanted to just push it a little bit. Like at the reading on Tuesday, it's like, let me try this fucking music thing. Let me try to improvise. I'm at a place where I'm like comfortable doing that. Since I did this, even doing that gig at Pete's, that was sort of like, even though, I should have done that 10 years ago, that was me like getting out of my comfort zone, doing the thing I mean, even doing stand-up comedy in general, it's like that was the thing that always scared me the most on stage. Because it's like, with me, I hide behind noise. You know, you think if you're being loud, you know, especially with music, it's like you can kind of hide behind how loud you are. You can't hear the people not clapping. Whereas, like, if you're a comedian, you're bombing, everybody can hear the silence. The not laughter is loud. And that was scary to me. And so, even just like pushing into that space, I've been doing more monologue type things at the open mic and elsewhere. And so I'm trying to push into deeper waters, to deeper into the pool with my floaties on, the places I'm scared of. But, it took me many, many years. That's why I'm like old and doing this. Um, because I had, I was nervous. And I don't know. It's just, I like being a part of like a culture of people that's just like doing it and doing it live, seeing comedians 5 minutes at a time, or all of the troubadours of the open mics, the David Segovias, the Luke Herbermans, the Chris Seguellos, the Echo Lanterns, the RTS Neutrals, the Angel Lugos, the Logan X's, and the Poets, obviously, even though they've kind of deserted me in a lot of ways. But not also, like the poetry's always there. And I've been doing readings throughout. Like I said, there's always been one or two things a month. And, doing that gig at Dear Mama or whatever that place is at Columbia, it's like, okay, there wasn't that many people there. That's not unusual for a gig, especially a poetry thing. There was probably 12 people. There was all those business people in the back. They liked it. They said they liked it. It's like we got through to these people who went to Columbia Business School. And Ashley's friends liked it. And so it was sort of like it was a good rehearsal for the San Francisco readings, for these unnameable readings, for Ashley's whole kind of publicity tour and her junket. She was on Club Wonder. I'm sort of refraining from going with Ashley to like the cool readings. Like I kind of want her to just have her own life in that world. I don't want to try. I'm not going to go to Club Wonder and try to like be cool or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I should have gone to Club Wonder. I don't know. I'm sort of more comfortable at open mics, I guess, or something. I don't know. Well, poetry, I guess, is a little bit of a different thing. Like it's nice to hear, uh, stuff that's really well done and well thought out, and so But we've had that. It's like I've been lucky to do a lot of amazing stuff already this year. What the hell did we do this year? Got to be some shit that happened. I mean, but then the open mic is every Monday. We never miss a Monday, so it's like that part of the practice is consistent. Sometimes you bomb. I don't know. The open mic, I guess it's kind of foolish for me, but I use it as a place to bomb, sort of. Or just get exposure. Get used to being in front of people no matter what happens and not being perturbed by that. You think Jay Leno gives a fuck if he's bombing? He's like Bill Maher. He has to put the spurs into people and just fake them into laughing at it by giving them cues. This is the joke. The joke's here. Just laugh. Do you want to see dumb? Do you want to seem dumb to your friends? Laugh. Everybody else is laughing. When I was a kid, I remember when I was on the tennis team, I played with a wooden racket because I just thought it was kind of Wes Anderson and stylish, honestly. I liked the wooden racket. It just looked so much. I felt like it was a J.D. Salinger character with this fucking wooden racket. And they were cheap. You could get wooden rackets at like Play It Again Sports, or we had some. And it's just like, These are fucking beautiful. I can't even believe I get to use this. I feel like it's like this really debonair, amazing kind of piece of wood, and the you know the fucking strings are really nice and have this kind of red and white kind of thread, and just really a nice piece of just craft. It felt like you were rich or something. It's like I'm using this tennis racket. It's like what a rich person would use. It's like what fucking Clark Gable uses, or Greta Garbo or something. I don't know. Some Wes Anderson character would use this. So maybe it was more about that. But it was also sort of about like, I thought if I used a wooden racket, because the sweet spot is smaller, that when I switched to a metal racket, I would be that much better because I'd practice with this shitty piece of equipment that's like 50 fucking years old. And the metal rackets, like you get a racket at Target, and it's like the fucking sweet spot is huge. The face of it is huge. It's light. It's like graphite. It's like it's got the sweet spot is as big as the whole fucking wooden racket head entire. But it just didn't, it didn't look as good. It looked like your fucking Andre Agassi, or it looked like a Super Soaker or some kind of Nerf gun or something. It had some kind of crazy paint job, and the Alien 330 with neon green strings. It's like, I'm not using this piece of shit. I don't care what it does. I'm going to pretend I'm on a steamship. like I'm in 9 stories. I'm going to use my wooden racket like it's Raise High the Roof Beam Carpenters. And I was on JV. I was not, I could serve, I had a nice serve, and I could spin it a little bit, but my forehand was not great. My backhand was not really a backhand either. I would kind of chop it. I was more of a chop guy. And my friends were all my one friend was 6 feet tall. That's a big advantage in tennis. You have a lot of reach. But I love playing. I still love tennis. Tennis is probably my favorite sport to play, to be honest. Because you get to hit it every time. And it feels like you're a fucking Wes Anderson character. I loved playing tennis in high school. Doubles. Is there anything more fun than playing doubles with some bros? Jesus Christ. You can't have, with 4 people, you can't really play baseball. We weren't really basketball guys. Basketball, you got to lift the ball. It's too strenuous. Tennis, there's a lot of cardio, but you've got that racket that kind of mitigates the impact. And there's no contact. It's not a contact sport. Basketball, it can get personal. Tennis can get... That's what my movie Love Means Zero is about. It's a tennis movie. It's all about how I would have angry, rage-fueled, violent episodes while playing tennis in high school after my first girlfriend dumped me. And breaking wooden tennis rackets. Wooden tennis, that was the other thing that was great about wooden tennis rackets. It's when you smash them, they made a really satisfying kind of way they busted apart. Which I don't know. That's almost like wrestling or something. My movie, I break I break a wooden tennis racket in the movie. Go watch Love Means Zero. I think it's on YouTube. It's on my YouTube page. It's the first movie I ever made. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I wasn't really following my instincts. I was doing what Wes Anderson was doing. I was trying to compensate for not knowing where to find the vibe by just doing what I thought I was good at, a lot, too much. Trying to follow the rules without really understanding them. In order to, you really need to know what the rules mean, in a way. And like, I don't know. To be honest, I don't think anybody is really teaching the rules. With art, it's like you just have to make things and you follow your intuition. Whatever ideas you have, just use them. And try to, like, as an artist, it's up to you to adjust it to make it look right. Just make it, just keep adjusting it until it looks right. And when it looks right, then it's right. I mean, with my poetry, it's like I kind of just let everything be in there because I just think that's the braver choice, and you never know what's going to be useful. I'm a hoarder. I save every receipt. And so with poetry, I'm a hoarder. I'm a poetry hoarder. Let me switch to another background here to reward my viewers for staying with me. This is me as a baby. And this is I think it's not my Aunt Dottie. It's my dad's Aunt Dottie, I think. This is me. This is my brother's over there, but that's me. That's me probably, 38 years ago? Something like that. In the 80s. That was the 80s. Looking very Wes Anderson. Look at this very Argyle. And then I've got the mystical, far away look in my eyes. What is going through my head? How did I get here? What am I doing here? What is this? Jay Leno. It's the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. I'm Ed Hall. How did they get Stuttering John? How did they ever feel like, oh yeah, Stuttering John, he'd be a great announcer for the Tonight Show. He's got a great voice. Like Ed Hall with 2 D's. Ed with 2 D's. With Jay Leno. I'm John Melendez. He stole him from Howard. Was that some kind of personal thing with Howard Stern? He just wanted to fuck Howard Stern over? I don't know. This is like a Dwanell thing. There's me as a baby. Here's me now. The lapse of time. There you go. You can see it. Look what the world has done to me. Telling my life story in a patchwork collage of memory, quips, anecdotes, pop culture references, dialogue, music, rhyme, language poetry, abstract, expressionism, tender buttons, style, whatever the hell you want to call that. I mean, tender buttons is language poetry, right? Basically. Would that be wrong to say? Tender buttons is language poetry? What would Gertrude Stein think? She would probably not really appreciate that label, but I definitely think you can probably trace language poetry if you trace it back to Gertrude Stein, to Tender Buttons, probably, right? I mean, and then who knows where that came from? Oh, we're just marathoning here. We're going into hour 3. We're in hour 3. This is 3.5. Ashley's probably getting wasted. What am I gonna eat? Maybe I should go get something to eat. The Endless Poetry Movie Critic Show continues. It's important to talk about Wes Anderson. Now I'm old enough. One of my boyhood heroes. I always felt like he was kind of the model for what, make a film and get out of, and have every movie you make go into the Criterion Collection immediately, and have it just have this insanely nice packaging. It's like a Christmas present. I mean, I guess there is just something old world. It's not necessarily bourgeois, like I think the world did just used to be more ornamented. You know, if you look at buildings, they're even tenement buildings, right? Like those were cheap buildings. It's like they've got cornice work and all this nice ornamentation. It's like people had time for that. There was more of a, you know, we've experienced the evaporation of like the physical work in a certain way, and it's ongoing. You know, who knows? Apparently, I just watched some video about AI within the, oh, Barry Diller, was that what it was? Somebody was talking about AI within the next year. It's gonna be crazy what it's capable of, genius level. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. I went to this conference at Singularity University in 2017. It may have even been earlier than that. I think it was 2017. Singularity University, and it was some guy was giving a presentation on quantum computing, and like it was exponentially, the processors every year were going to get exponentially faster, squared to the third power, to the fourth power. They were going to, you know, that's how much better they were going to get every year, and faster, and they're going to get better. And it's like, that was almost a decade ago. This guy was saying this shit. And maybe that's true, I guess, but like, our lives haven't changed that much. You know, we're still using fucking iPhones. We're still on Instagram. We're still on Facebook. The internet has been boiled down to 5 things: email, Google. Now Google's trying to make everything an AI fucking search, which I hate. You know, Meta, Instagram, Facebook Messenger, DMs, and then TikTok and X, if people are still on X, which, you know, God help them. May God have mercy on their souls. If you're still on X, may God have mercy on your soul, because I'm sure you're some kind of edgelord alt-lit person or something. Which is fine, you know. I guess that's what that's for. It's another indication of wealth inequality. People being okay with being on X. And I feel like becoming verified on Instagram is just so tacky now. There's way too many blue check marks on Instagram. Like, if we don't know who you are, you're not famous. I'm sorry. Just because you have a fucking blue check mark next to your name. Like, what does that mean? What is that for? That's to show us that you're real or something? People are stealing your pictures or something? I don't know. I don't know. It seems very vain. It seems like a status. It's a humble brag. I'm verified. So, yeah, I don't, you know, it feels like Silicon Valley and tech is about 75% snake oil and fucking carnival barking and just trying to hawk, you know, like, look at Elon Musk. Look at how he's been proven to be the emperor's new clothes, and everybody thought he was this genius and we're going to go to fucking Mars. Everything they talk about is just hype. It's just pie in the sky. They act like it's imminent. Oh, this AI revolution is fucking imminent, man. Any minute now, AI is just going to come in and fucking everything is going to change. There's going to be AI robots doing everything. It's like, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. It's 60% hot air. You know, what, maybe there's some truth to it. What has changed since 2017, over the last 10 fucking years? Like, now we're live streaming. You could have been doing this 10 years ago. I was basically doing the same shit 10 years ago. Like, computers seem about the fucking same to me. I guess that might sound ignorant as fuck. It probably is, but a lot of this Silicon Valley shit, it's just like Tony Robbins. It's married to that stuff. It's so wedded to like these like arena like fucking showcase product launch. I mean, that's like the art form, like these product launches. Like Steve Jobs was the master of like the Apple fucking keynote or whatever, where it's like he's gonna come out, he's gonna launch the fucking iPod. Holy shit, he came out in his black turtleneck and his jeans, and he gave some kind of Don Draper fucking speech about, you know, the future of fucking music or whatever, and he just killed the business. I mean, Steve Jobs tried to do the right thing, I think. At least he made computers like aesthetic and ergonomic and cool and sexy and have like a soul and like a beauty. Like now it's just like a bunch of tacky fucking crypto ripoff artists, apartheid Nazi fucking spawn. Hype, hype, hype. People just selling, just trying to sell. It's a bunch of Cutco knives out there. Your startup. What's your startup? Oh, it's AI. We gotta invest in AI. This fucking Chat GPT or whatever it is. Open AI, Sam Altman, right? Didn't the Chinese come out with some kind of AI thing that just like completely made all of the American AI shit just look like a joke? Like, all right, let me put another picture up. This one's a little too. I guess that's not bad, but. Here, let's see how this. Oh, here we go. We gotta get this one. I gotta get this in there. There we go. My man. My favorite actor, Jim Belushi. When is Wes Anderson gonna have Jim Belushi in a film, okay? Ashley raised a very poignant question the other day when she asked, when will Wes Anderson cast Jim Belushi? We're just creating a petition, okay? We're creating we're buying the domain. WesAndersonJimBelushi.com. When will Wes Anderson cast JimBelushi.com? Needs to happen, okay? Let's get Jim Belushi in some kind of fucking beret or turtleneck or satchel or whatever the hell. Maybe he'd be good. Why didn't he play the Phoenician Scheme? I mean, Benicio del Toro. I think they said he was in every shot. I don't know if that's possible. He said something about how he's in. I think he's in every scene. Maybe he said he's in every scene, but literally he has like 90% of the dialogue, and like there's a lot of it. And he nails it. I mean, he's good. Everything is like on. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of lost its chic quality, or maybe I don't know. I don't know what it's lost. Everybody's trying to figure that out. What the hell happened with Wes Anderson? Oh my God, I gotta get food somehow. We went to this excellent barbecue place on what is that? Right off 7th Avenue stop of the Q. People were watching the Knicks. I guess they're playing right now, probably. How are the Knicks doing? Are they winning? Are they losing? I hope they win. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I hope they win. I'd love to see the New York Knicks win the fucking NBA championship. I'm just going to say that now. I think it would just like reignite basketball in the city. I mean, basketball is very much a big part of New York, but like it sucks that like the teams suck. Like it would reignite the fandom, or it already has in a way. But you know, the Knicks could easily. I mean, look at how people support the Lakers. It's like the Knicks could easily be that. They kind of are, but it's like they're just not good without the championships. You know, imagine if they won championships. It's New York. They should win fucking championships. It's a disgrace. They haven't won since like the 70s. It's insane. The early 70s. What else? Anything else? Should I get off now? I don't know what's going on. Because I use my phone to do this, so I literally have no idea what's going on in the outside world. You know, I don't know what time it is. Who's looked at my Instagram story. Have people sent me messages trying to sign up or whatever. You know, I do have to deal with like a lot of people, but I try to do it in as like light of a touch way as possible. You know, I'll engage if people want to engage. You know, and I try to talk to as many people as I can at the open mic. I do try to juggle conversations with a lot of people while I'm, I've got my mind on the show and I'm setting it up. Technically, I'm setting up the music, whatever it is. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. I'm setting up the live stream. I'm just getting ready, whatever, blah blah blah. Um, so I try to fucking touch base with people and just have a nice chat, and I do want to be friends with everybody. And it's kind of bizarre because like I do meet like a lot of people, probably more than I ever well, at least I'm sort of, like as a waiter you meet a lot of people. That's sort of like what being a waiter is. I think being a waiter is kind of a good job to do in that respect. If you're like an introvert or whatever, it's like it's a good way to learn how to talk to people and make conversation. Or to be honest, most of the restaurants we go to, the waiters don't even try to do that. I can't think of a fucking single place we've even been to where the waiter even tried to talk to us about anything. They answer questions about the food if you have them, but I remember when I was a waiter, you know, with some regularity, I'd have conversations with people, about this or that. Uh, Sometimes at length. I had people tell me I was the best waiter they ever had. Um, I just had a surfaced memory where I was, well, I won't tell that story. There was this girl who came into our sushi restaurant, Sushi Inn, late. She came in by herself. Friday night, I think it was. And it was not busy. I think it was a Friday night. And James was the manager. Um, and she was attractive. And so I was like, I was waiting on her, but I was like, kind of freaking out about like this girl's by herself and blah blah blah. And I went up to her and I think I said, when I handed off her check or something, I said something like, "What's a pretty girl like you doing in this restaurant like this by yourself on a Friday night?" Or "What are you up to?" or something, I think. And she was like, she said she was going bowling, I think. And I just couldn't believe that I didn't put two and two together, and I didn't invite, or didn't find a way to, you know, um, turn that into a date. At that time, I didn't really have the skills to make something like that happen. What is the point of this story? Well, it's just part of being a waiter, I guess. It's just like uh, talking to all kinds of people that you'll never see again. I had regulars, but most of the people I had were like you wouldn't probably recognize them, I guess. And so I don't know. That's the closest thing to doing this open mic. It's like I meet, it's pretty regular that somebody comes up to me and says hi, and I don't know who they are, and I feel bad. That's maybe just because I smoke so much weed, but it's also like I don't know. I need to be better about that. I think that's probably just because I smoke so much weed. Um, where did I meet this person? Or I don't know. I think that's just part of, not, I don't know. All right, what the hell else do I need to talk about? What's next? What's the summer? I mean, I was looking at places to live the other day, and there were a few options that were not really that expensive, to be honest. I think I saw one place that was like, I saw a place. Well, it was not far from here actually, but it was $750 a month. It was a sublet, but their lease is up at the end of July, and it's like it's up to you if you wanted to renew. and you'd have to find people to like live with you, and like the rent for the whole apartment was like $3,300 a month or something, even though the room was only 750. So I'm like, so what? You'd have to find two fucking roommates that would pay like 1,200 each or something. Like, it's possible, but like that's not necessarily like just finding a room that's 750. It's like that could go any number of ways. So I don't know. It's like it seems like there's stuff out there that's sort of affordable. I'm gonna start to try to look for a place. Hopefully, I'll find it. If anybody has a place, I'd like to move this week. So let me know. I've got my eye on Gypsy Housing and Facebook Marketplace, where everything happens. The modern day, bazaar, haggling post, the trading post, Facebook Marketplace. Uh, I'm just gonna go try to find something to eat real fast. I'm gonna leave this on. You can just look at Jim Belushi for a few minutes. I'll be right back. I just need some kind of snack, or let me think of something to say. You have fun with Jim Belushi. Okay, now I've got two viewers. Literally had two viewers with just a blank fucking screen of Jim Belushi. Maybe I should just do that instead of fucking trying to fucking spill my guts out here. I've got a very Wes Anderson snack here. I got these crackers, or artisan crackers, and cheese. So it's very French and Wes Anderson-like. It's very fresh, quirky. For those watching, eating along at home. That's an artisan cracker, all right. I think it's kind of utopic that everybody's going to have their own TV show. Why not? Wes Anderson kind of seemed like Thurston Moore. They have similarities. My 20% battery light just came on. It seems impossible because my phone is plugged in. So it must be using more power to put Jim Belushi on the screen than it's charging. I'd love to find an episode of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno with Jim Belushi on it. We found an episode of The Tonight Show. We were just watching it, and Bill Maher was one of the guests, but it cut off before they got to that part. They just wanted the monologue and the jaywalking or whatever. The skits. The dancing Edos. I mean, he was another person that just got every fucking joke he could possibly get out of OJ. It's like everything was OJ. I mean, Wes Anderson should make a movie about Rimbaud. It'd be perfect. I guess Max Fisher's kind of a Rimbaud. Okay, so the Knicks lost, I guess. I guess I'll go till 10%, maybe. Maybe I should just film my shit not doing anything. I had 2 people watching when I was literally just eating. It's hard for me to get 2 people watching when I'm busting my ass trying to be smart or whatever. Maybe I'll just eat on my live stream from now on. I mean, I guess it doesn't seem to matter. I mean, I guess the idea with these social media, celebrity, entertainment, peep shows is you're like a brand and people just want to see anything you do. It's all OnlyFans. It's all OnlyFans. Instagram is like a free OnlyFans. It just costs you a follow. And then you got the glass. You know, the thing goes up and you can just see this person's whole life. And YouTube is just like kind of a non-porn OnlyFans. It's a live cam. It's a live cam, basically. Right? I mean, this is live cam footage. You know, those women pioneered this. The live cam girls. The original streamers. Oh my god, Ashley's got all these fucking zines here that she hasn't stapled. What is this? Jesus Christ, she's got a lot of these. Come on, Will. I should just start clip farming. I should just buy a bunch of iPhones and just have all my devices watch my YouTube channel. Just put it on the playlist and just let it run. Just so I rack up tons and tons of hours of watch time. Bot farming. Bots, if you're listening, why don't you watch my content? I need more bot subscribers. Voluntary bot subscribers. AI, if you're out there. The deep insects. Scouring the underweb. Find me. Find me. Find my vlogs. I'm eating too many of these crackers. I didn't have any dinner and I need a snack. I don't know, I just wanted to put real life on screen. Felt like I was really tapping into something there where I was just eating. I wasn't just yapping at the camera. I was just not worrying about what the fucking, whether the audience was liking it, whether, is this interesting? Am I making a good point? Am I mentioning something I wanted to mention? Am I delving into some kind of relevant... autobiographical material for the big weave of the endless allegorical recounting of my soul journey here in this realm. Crocatini, Rosemary Crocatini. Everybody, Rosemary Crocatini. You know them? Oh, my fucking charger's like blinking on and off, so. I don't know. I think people would rather almost just rather watch you just sit around, lay around, read. With this, I'm constantly trying to spiel, make points. I feel like the crypto bro who was kidnapped in that townhouse, being held hostage. I need to just run out in the street and find a cop. Hey, save me. I'm a prisoner. I'm a domestic prisoner. I mean, I'm sure there's a million other things that I wanted to talk about and what needs to be said, and it's not even political. You know, there's no sense in keeping track of all the stupid political details of just, I mean, I guess maybe it is important. Elon Musk got a black eye today. Do you think that's got to be from somebody punching him in the face? There's no way that's from his kid. There's no way his kid could punch hard enough to bruise his eye, I don't think. But I don't know. We did see the little kid in there, and he was very fucking... Okay, see, I started talking about Trump and Elon Musk, and everybody left. These guys want you to talk about him. Summer of poetry, you know, just more readings, more writing, more filming, more broadcasting, more live shows. I want to do Springsteen Seeger Summer at open mic. I want to do Springsteen Summer, but like with Bob Seger too. I feel like my themes are usually too male. They're too dad rock. I mean, the Bob Dylan theme, just like, despite Timothy Chalamet's best efforts, didn't really catch on with the Gen Z that much. But, you know, maybe we can start to have more fun with it and, you know, just maintaining that site as a crossroads of talent and social life. Like I have that line in the poem about Red Room, Round Table, Algonquin Red Room, Round Table, bathtub salon. It's a salon, right? As much as anything. It's a place for people to meet each other, converse, make connections, hear truth, influence each other, write with each other, collaborate with each other, friendships, fall in love, have sex, whatever it is, hook up, follow each other on social media. It's meant to be, okay, I'm on 10%, so I'll probably get off. I don't want my phone to completely die here. So, you know, try to get it to serve multiple purposes. The fact that it's a open mic, everybody gets to perform, I think makes it a little bit, you know, the same way that like Poetry Project is a salon. It's as much about after the reading and just the mingling, the mixing, you know, the scene of who's there and who's talking, and so that first hour, you know, on my social media, it's kind of misleading. I have a lot of people show up early, and they think because they show up early, it's like, oh, I'm here, I want to get a good slot. And it's like, well, actually, you're fucked because you came too early, and I've already got 40 people signed up. Because people think it starts at 8, so they'll show up at 7:45 or whatever. It's like, well, I still want people to come out and hang out until 9. I don't want it to be an open mic because once the show starts, we don't stop. And so it's like if you're going to talk and if you're going to socialize, it's going to be in that 8 to 9 slot. And so that is important that people come out and just sit and chat, and there's a little bit of anticipation before starting because it doesn't stop. And there's no other time to talk once the show starts. So that's just, that's why I DJ every Monday. I'm DJing. My playlist goes on. It's on Spotify, the Easy Paradise Cocktail Hour. It's got a lot of catchy songs, obscure one-hit wonders. Thompson Twins, Hold Me Now. Yazoo, what's that? Goodbye Horses, whoever does that song. Lazarus or something. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Watch the poetry readings. Watch the open mic. I did Murder Most Foul at the end. Stay tuned. We'll be back on Monday. And then I don't think there's any other shows this week. But I will be doing the clown show June 11th. And then I think I'm doing a reading June 19th. So I have a few things coming up. And then we will be on Poetry Island Saturday, 5 p.m. So we have a few things coming up, everybody. For Poetry Summer, Springsteen Summer, Seeger Summer, Alice Notley Summer, Glib Summer, whatever you want it to be. Fill in the blank summer. Thank you for watching, everybody. Good night and have a blessed tomorrow. We'll be back.